Okay, so today I'm going to be doing a little more of the RP, and of course, I basically have been doing this 5-part series of GTA 5 where I went through, again, just in brief, touching base with each one. But, like, okay, I was trying to do the single player where I tried 100% the game or just wander around after you've beaten the story. Then I tried to start a new file where I do a permadeath run off the actual um game from the beginning, the campaign, where I have to do it in first person only, and no special abilities of the characters, and no uh, what's the other thing? No special abilities, first person, and I can't fail a mission, right? So again, I just introduced all these. I did them briefly. It's not like I did the whole thing. Then I did online where I introduced like some rotation format where I do some of the random events on the map. Then I do one of the major jobs, right, in the jobs menu. Then I alternate until I get through all of them, like in the list form, and then I can do a heist at the end, right, where I was trying to go in order from the oldest heist to the newest, and so whatever. I touched base with that. That was actually pretty fun because I kind of kept stretching everything out and giving it sort of a bit more context to like what you have to do along the way. If I want to do a race with a bike, so I actually have to buy a bike and go to the location where the race is going to start, even though you don't technically have to do that, right? I just like to do it that way. That's kind of an RP friendly way to play, in a different sense that everything you do, you have to actually manually do, or you have to have some consequence or effort associated with it. You can't, that's the one thing that kills RP is like fast travel or just things that are magically just doing stuff that just happens on its own, stuff that is just given to you, not where you actually have to earn it or just do something to play it out. So, yeah, I tried this for basically the first time last time, or at least the first time in a long time. So my two main characters are the problem that I'm having is deciding like which ones to actually go in, and I don't even have Steam open. So how is this even working? Um, right, I don't want to go through like every single server and keep jumping around too much, but I guess so the tag that I'm using is serious roleplay, urban city roleplay, low economy, 2 years semi-serious, um, content-based server, lifestyle RP. Like I don't know what some of these are. So this one's private. You have to be like whitelisted, but no, I was doing one last time, so I forget what server that was, but I actually had a cool, interesting moment finally after waiting for a while, and it was like I get kidnapped by somebody. I can't remember what server that was actually on. It was like the UK one, and then I might actually double. I don't know if I want to do the same one, but basically I want to write out the character description. So the two main characters that I would have that I want to do here is the Dante Faust, where he's like this split personality between like this gentle, feeble old man almost, which I really can't do the voice, but split personality between that and um the actual like a demonic voice, right, where he's talking trash. So we had a cool moment like that last time at the end where I ended up dying, and I forgot it was like a permadeath character, but yeah, we had that, and then we also have an absolutist philosopher, which I haven't really done that as an RP character per se, but that's just like an actual philosophy that I've written about and different thing, done a lot of debates and stuff like that to do with it, based on it. So that's the sad thing is like, oh, I should bring it to GTA RP, and this is how people will become receptive to it, rather than in a serious, literal sense, right? Using all these logical razors and stuff like that. So let me look at one thing here. I would have to decide. I want to see like what server that actually is. What server it's going to be with respect to. Hang on. I'd have to go back in my thing. So that one actually showed you it's RP friendly in the sense that a lot of these claim to be RP, but that at least you could write out a character description, whereas with the other one I couldn't do that. In fact, I still have it copy pasted from yesterday. So that was like a longer than expected session yesterday where I just did that like hang on. I just have to find out what it was. Yeah, a lot of these are sort of pseudo RP, but I don't think people are putting a lot of effort into their characters or anything like that. It's just more like, oh, we're gonna role play as a cop or a, and that's fine, but it's something more basic. You see that with No Pixel or some of these a little better, like where they're just playing actual characters outside of just jobs, like McConnell sitting on the bench or something, much more. That's kind of just unique, right? You have all these different characters, so that's kind of what mine would be like. You can still do a job and something else in the process, but lifestyle RP offline. Let me see. Or so let me see. What was I looking up? The let's see. Okay, I want to go. I'll just go to my VOD and do it. Otherwise, I'll never be able to figure out. So that one was kind of cool. At least something interesting happened with it at the end there. So let me see. This is, it's like an 8-hour episode. Now we have to watch an ad on my own channel. I'm view botting, ad botting my own channel. Does it should just show you like your history of what you, and I don't like to show this either. For some reason, I feel like it'll streamer run serious London UK based roleplay server where your imagination is your limit. I mean, I like how many of these there are. So as much as you might complain, oh, no pixel this or that, it doesn't really matter because there's so many of these. You could make it your own. They could be better. They could be less beholden to streamers or whatever. So if you could just hurry up with this, I would appreciate it. It's fucking okay. What is the server called? That's all I want. I only played on it for like 20 minutes. It seems like I did the Dante Faust already, so maybe I should do the Absolutist Philosopher. So every situation that comes up, I would have like a line or something. I won't even be able to see what it is now because I don't show when I join it. So I don't know where people could really see that one, but does it really not say what server this was on? I guess maybe when I die, it might say it. Oh yeah, oh it does. It says at the top, Legacy Roleplay. Where is that? 52 out of 120. Like, oh, it says that too. Never mind, I'm dumb. Yeah, let me actually try this, and it wasn't letting me make another character. I actually even tried to do that at the end, but it said, oh, you already have a character. So these are like permadeath characters too. Like if I die, then so that one's gone. So I'm not going to remake Dante Faust, but I'll try to make this guy. So this style would be like minimalistic from the outset, right? Where you would want very little. You don't want showy clothing. You want to look as generic as possible, kind of. So we're gonna flesh out what an absolutist character philosopher would look like. Well, I guess I'm more the philosopher, but like what would somebody who actually lives that way look like? So they might have a lack of regard for like shaving their hair and stuff like that, but generally they don't care about their appearance in terms of like they will have bland clothing because they don't want to be defined by those performative aspects and expression. So this is going to be a very deep psychological, philosophical thing that people won't really get or understand what they're dealing with, and it doesn't matter, right? Like we just have to do our own thing and not let other people ruin it. But yeah, so this is the kind of thing you got to really commit to. And let me see here. So I'll even leave the last name as an unknown. Let me see here. So one life, yes, and then a mysterious man who, I guess I can show now. Well, yeah, okay, it'll be the same one. A mysterious man who believes that he is. Oh yeah, I'm extrapolating even further on it here. A mysterious man who believes that he is the reincarnation of an absolutist from another world long ago. While he will never admit this directly, he constantly espouses absolutist philosophy. What is absolutist philosophy? Oh, I meant to put a question mark here, or because I copy pasted it, it didn't transfer that. Spend any time around him and you will be sure to find out. Maybe more than you even want to. He dislikes making eye contact. These are some of my RP lines too. Like, I'm putting some of my classic RP lines in the description. Why? Because there is no need to look at those. He can already see through. And no, he doesn't talk to himself. It's called thinking. You should try it sometime. Code name, elitist victim blamer. Like, bro, this is a classic. Your name contains disallowed words. Oh, maybe. Okay. Well, that could actually be my last name, but it's to imply something about the character too. I'm gonna get banned for some RP. I don't even mind how he looks. Can I like do my clothing, or maybe that'll be fine. You want to look kind of as generic as possible. And so we go through the little tutorial part here, right? And then, oh no, I don't like the clothing though. I gotta change that. But the last name is to imply that I don't have a last name because, right? Well, how would I explain it in RP? Like, I never knew my parents. You know, I have no parents. I was born of circumstances beyond your comprehension. So, again, the whole reincarnation idea that you don't want to be reduced and specified to some lowly, you know, human level of like, oh, these are my parents, this is where I grew up, all these kind of things that you didn't choose, non-choice reaction, right, that people insist upon and take pride in and glorify, right? You wouldn't want, oh, this is a different car than we got with the other character. I guess you could say you should play what? In first person for immersive purposes, but I kind of don't like to sometimes. So this is where you start, which I'm surprised not to see more people here then. Or you could always troll and grief people here too. So I might get in trouble for my last name being unknown, but what if that's part of my RP? I genuinely don't know what my oh, I don't have my belt on. Is it K or is it B? See, these servers are always different. Belt on with what you have to do. So fuel is a lot lower here. Look at how fast this truck fucking guzzles it, but that just means it started lower too because you know, it's a case where we I should almost stay in character as I'm just doing commentary, but I guess since I am a philosopher on the subject anyway, it's something that comes out. You know, I play into it all the time. But yeah, see, the stimuli acme is in, I should even say this, like in character. Like we're coming out of some for the first time, right? What was my button for it? Yes, the stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era. As you see that, a reference to something sexual. That is an absolutist line. Like they would say, or actually it wasn't an absolutist character who said that, but it was some other circumstance. But it's like you're observing something that is sort of hard to explain. Like that, what is the stimuli acme? Of course, and I shouldn't have to even explain it, but the act of reducing it to a lowest common denominator, a social contrivance, would defeat the purpose and value and meaning of it in the first place, right? If they could understand it, they would already. So the fact that they had to ask means that they are incapable or unwilling, because you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire, like with religion. So, for example, this is a pretty core absolutist concept here. Like, the fact that you need to explain something means that people are already unwilling or incapable of understanding it, because if they have an infinite objective mind just like you do, so they could understand and comprehend it just the same. But it shows you they don't want to. They have some incentive not to. They have some ulterior motive or other, you know, dogmatic persuasion that they have some incentive tied to. So the reason behind that is the simple fact that wait, where is it taking me? I don't remember doing this last time. Let me think for a second. this will just give me an excuse to go, and I brought my debate format ideas to I wonder if it goes down much here, like in realistic sense it should. Like let me think. I should almost talk to myself as I'm doing it. But no, I don't know how or if people can see your player card, but it's so let me just walk around a little bit. So let me think. What was I saying? Oh yeah, to explain to others something that they don't understand would be pointless and futile, and the reason why is because the act of doing so would only be required if they already lack the comprehension, the capacity to understand. If they were capable of understanding, they would see it already because it would be self-evident. So the fact that they don't see it means they have some other ulterior motive or incentive, and you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. And also, again, if they were willing to or able to, they would already see it, so it's pointless to explain it. And the act of trying to explain it would require you to reduce it to a lowest common denominator, in which you would have to dumb it down to the point where it defeats the purpose, like through folly favoritism, like kind of what I'm doing right here by playing a video game, right, and doing it in RP or whatever the case may be, right? I'm dumbing it down to a level that is not intrinsic to the concept. So now you're extrapolating. You're like, oh, I have all these great logical razors and ideas, but let me write a book about it with fantastical fictional characters who have special abilities and powers and, all this kind of stuff. So then it gets bogged down. It gets bogged down and defeats the purpose of what would have actually been valuable in there. Like, oh, it has all these cool ideas, but all these valuable ideas that could be useful in real life and logical razors and things that could illuminate ideas, certain concepts to people. But the reason why that's not valuable is because it gets bogged down. Oh, you're not really focused on that. That's just a little subliminal gesture in the background. The good guy beats the bad guy, and that's the whole value of it. But we focus on the power. Look at the power levels. Look at the Super Saiyan. Look at the superheroes and all these kind of things. Like, we focus on that instead of the actual right value and ideas and concepts and usefulness that any of this could have. So because of folly favoritism, you end up I should almost do it in like a soapbox sense, like I'm standing somewhere and just doing this, and hey, that sounds like Lamar. Why is he acting like I'm not even anywhere near him? Or maybe he's not coming after me, but let me look for a clothing store, which may have been where I just even left off. I'm just RP walking. No, but that's a good idea. I should almost soapbox it. Like, I'm just talking to myself as I'm going around. Oh, that's the crouch. We have ascertained so far that the stimuli acme is preserved in this era. Right, like we're talking to ourselves. We're planning it out. This ostentatious performative aspects of how these beings dress is beneath me. They express themselves that way to compensate for the fact that they don't express themselves in ways that actually impact their lives. That's why they have tattoos and clothing and jewelry and appeal to superficiality. And the reason why they do it is because of the simple fact that they're trying to overcompensate for the fact that their life is completely controlled and reduced to a contrived structure in which they have no impact and influence on that. So they overcompensate by trying to express themselves and have an outlet in terms of superficial things such as tattoos and clothing and piercings, etc. They care about those things so much, and folly favoritism even, because they lack the capacity to understand that they're trying to overcompensate for having an outlet of expression. See, inherently they would have that need to express themselves in a more direct way. They would have the need to express themselves in ways that might actually have impact on their life, like something directly tied to functionalism or activism or politics or whatever the case may be. Even those things are extended and overextended and contrived too. But also, it's the fact that, and there's the sense of talking this quickly in absolutism and self-awareness. Like, I'm aware of what I'm talking about and why I'm talking about it, but also the fact that you talk so quickly as if to keep up with the infinite objective mind that the subjective human mouth and language can barely keep up with. Right, just like reducing much of human contrivances, reducing the infinite objective mind to the physical state, the lowly physical limited state that's reactionary and in front based on everything that's only in front of you. And beyond that, you also have the simple ability to consider the fact that they compensate with performative aspects because they don't actually value their lives, or they are reduced to such a structure that they can't do anything that would actually impact their lives. And so again, instead of doing something that has direct impact in the world, in your own life, zero-sum means, some functional basis, instead of doing something that has actual significance and consequence, you resign yourself or are reduced to a contrived state where you are reduced to a half-mass human function in which you're able to then decide to value things that don't matter, like, again, superficiality, appearances, what you wear, things like that, rather than something that actually has impact. So it's a way to appease that psychological need to actually do something of significance, but then you reduce it to something that doesn't actually have a significance or impact just because society or the structure around you doesn't allow you to do things that have impact, and those sort of have a monopoly around them and are very controlled. So see, I'm saying that actually out loud, even though, oh, I didn't mean to do that. So how do you actually buy shit here? I forget, like, the interaction menu and shit. Oh, here we go. Like, this one's much more, so all I want is something much more basic, because of course I would say that you want everything to be as generic as possible, because then let your actions speak for themselves and don't overcompensate with are these things I actually have to buy? Or in a certain minimalistic sense, you might not wear anything at all. A nudist colony concept certainly comes up in absolutist thought at times as well. Come on, what's the most generic one? Fuck, all these are too flashy and showy. I'm surrounded by ostentatious fools. This is good. You don't even need anybody to, I don't know what this is, man. What the fuck? First of all, I can barely see it. Like, why is it so zoomed in? Oh, here we go. It's got to just be like this one seems very basic. Yeah, that one's good because you can't even see it. There was like a more bland one. Oh yeah, like that one's fine. But I like how he just goes. Okay, there we go. So that one's pretty basic. Then pants. Wait. Oh my god, it gives you a pretty good variety, but I don't understand how if you're actually buying it or what. That one seems okay. Just the shirt now. This one's very ostentatious and showy. Anything with logos, anything that has some, it would be as simple as possible. Not making reference to anything, not being reduced to anything. If you label me, you negate me, sort of a concept that is a human concept, but just, not an absolutist thing, but it just would apply in the sense that, anything that is going to reduce or label or somehow limit the infinite oh yeah, like that one's fine. Even though it's ripped, which I don't know if that's intended. That happened like on another server too. Or even the glasses, I don't think would see. There's like a non-choice reaction concept to do with things like this too. Like, oh, somebody wears glasses, that means they're smart, right? Some sort of preconceived notion like that. But in reality, it's the case where, how do I accept it then? Okay, like that's fine. V to toggle, A and D to adjust the position. So like, how do I just get out of here now? Save outfit. So, okay. I don't know whether I bought anything in doing that, but the whole point is that, again, you would not... Yeah, that is an interesting idea that you would just do it like, I could just soapbox it and I'm talking to myself like I would be anyway, like on stream. But let me think. I have the ability to... What was I saying? You would be minimalistic, maybe even nudist colony, not draw any attention to things that don't have significance, let reality, inherent objective reality speak for itself. The absolutist makes no claims in that way. They would actually be simply cutting down the fallacious and contradictory claims of contrivance, certainly that have no credibility, to outwardly insist on others the way that it's done in the indoctrination of youth and the reinforcement of contrivance over time. That you would have there's something important I was saying in there which I forgot. Just like how ostentatious something is with all the labeling, and you reduce something infinite. I don't even need the vehicle. The machination process in this era is limiting indeed. As a see, I should just pick like a spot maybe and do that. We must observe the machination process in this era, and it is inadequate overcompensation for the nature of inhibition. As the absolutist would say, of course, that there would be a contrivance response claim here. For example, people may say that, oh, whatever would you do without the benefits of society, without all the benefits of its collective technology and machination, and the benefits of just collective human function altogether. But the absolutist would respond in kind. Whatever would we do? Imagine what we could do without its inhibitions as well. So, for example, you're inhibited by society in so many ways. You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do many things, right? The world is not yours for the taking. All the resources are controlled. They're owned by either a person or a government or a society in some way. That, oh, you can't go here, you can't fish here, you can't hunt here, you can't do that. Nature's resources are not yours for the taking, as if the world was a village of 100. And so in that concept, you would realize that, right, society would justify itself by saying, well, what would you do without the benefits of society? But an absolutist would say, what would you do without its inhibitions? The world would be yours. It would be your oyster. It would be Darwinism. It would be yours for the taking, and it would be more in the realm of inherent reality. And so that would be the point that it would be the point that you basically realize, I should almost find a place with a mirror to do this in. Yeah, I don't even have to come out of the RP, because the character itself is literally doing the same thing. They're aware of what they're doing. So it wouldn't matter. I kind of like that as a characterization. If somebody comes upon me, so be it. If not, it doesn't matter, right? Like, I am the RP. So let's get back to the topic of non-choice reaction as we observe the nature of this contrivance response state that we're a part of. The non-choice reaction would be a lot of insistence and preconception on certain aspects, like, oh, the fact that you're wearing glasses, it's not just a functional basis that you happen to have trouble seeing as an eyesight aid. Oh no, of course, it's the fact that it's associated with being intelligent or smart or something like that. So it's a non-choice reaction basis that, oh, the fact that you maybe talk a certain way isn't necessarily your choice, but that'll be seen as defining in some way. Or like your age, you can't choose your age, or like your gender, or like your race. So the absolutist wouldn't dismiss such things, not because of some gratifying, oh, look at how accepting we are and equalizing and all this. No, it would be rather an impact basis. You don't choose it, nor does it have any impact, so why would we care about it? We would care about your ability, your action, things like that on a more direct level. And then beyond that, you also have the ability to consider the fact that again, the absolutist, as far as inhibition, would realize that, again, what would you do without, we need some histrionics here, if we were appealing to the lowest common denominator of the masses. We could be doing it almost to these human functions around here. I could use human function to refer to the NPCs, but I guess it would be referring really to everybody who's a willing part of society, who would vouch for it, or who would willingly practice it or place undue emphasis on it. And then we can look down upon them like the insects that they are, mindlessly scurrying about like bees in a hive, working for their queen bee, finding a false sense of meaning in zero-sum means, and also glorifying inherent reality to be something more than what it is, to actually reduce it to a state where it's something less. The old false duality, opposite interpretation, contrivance response state. So Look at these lesser beings scurrying about with their pathetic lives. Not even in some idyllic alternative, but in the way that you would realize that exclusionary to everything else, the outward insistence of a contrived state, where it indoctrinates them at a young age before they can think for themselves, where it also it requires constant reinforcement through externality, where it constantly, through the media, through social contrivance, through stigma, through structure reduction, all of these different methods, right? It has to reinforce itself, and as a result of doing that, you would realize that there is no there's no basis of credibility. There's not one single standard that would lead to the exact state that you happen to live in. It's just reactionary, it's arbitrary. And it's also the fact that there's not any consistent basis or credibility that you could use, because it's a non-basis of self, dependent over extended pretense, that necessary invalid, cognitive dissonance inducing. It's also the fact that it would be outwardly insisting upon others, right? So you see this a lot with the open relationship as part of this half-mass stimuli acme state that we've already observed and proven. We can use the very environment around us to prove the nature of this state of the era. So the stimuli acme is preserved, as we've seen evidenced by obsession and fixation with it. As the absolutists may say, that repression leads to obsession. So the inherent state, if you lived in a nudist colony and didn't reduce and restrict what is so basic as the human body and the basic natural state of being, if you didn't restrict and inhibit that so much, you wouldn't obsess over it so much either. You wouldn't say, oh, look, it's a nip slip, it's this and that. You would say, oh, no, it's just a basic human body, and you wouldn't be so beholden to or controlled by it, because you would be at peace with your own inherent nature and the natural tendency of the process. And also, you have you have the ability to consider that humor is nothing more than cognitive dissonance, you realizing the artifice of your process but still practicing it anyway. So it's the discomfort of your own contrivance state. And you also have the recognition that this would almost work better if there was another person too, like who's like, we're teaching them about the nature of the world from an absolutist perspective, and they're like our little sensei, and we're training, you know, we're the sensei and we're training them. So what was the other point I was getting to? The stimuli acme is preserved, and we also see severe signs that the folly favoritism is still being valued, that they need to distract themselves to reinforce their state. So it shows a lack of credibility that they would outwardly insist and tell others what to do, collectively even, but they have no credibility to do that because they focus on things that are not real, whether through the means of religion or whether through the means of folly favoritism, escapism, distraction. So how credible is such a source as to outwardly insist and force their standards onto others when they aren't even consistent in their own? There's no consistent standard that could be used to justify or rationalize it. And even beyond that, you have the recognition that they could not rationalize their state of being, nor could they actually value it consistently. So there's no credibility that would point to that exclusionary basis where you must do this one thing only, right? Live in this exact artificial, overextended, contrivance state. He keeps taking cover without me actually meaning to. Yeah, this would be like one example. Like, we're sort of soapboxing it, like, oh, look at us, we're trying to speak to the lowly human function masses below, or just we understand that they wouldn't get it, so what's even the point? And more to the point, it wouldn't matter whether they got it or not, nor are we trying to convince them. We're simply aware of it ourselves, and so we would live in a minimalistic way. But see how you could get in trouble for that, even whether in a literal sense in society or not. The fact that, oh, you go around, like, this would be a fallacy of discrediting an absolutist. Like, oh, well, if you believe in the nudist colony, then why don't you walk around naked? But then if you did, this overextended, outwardly insisting, stimuli acme preserving society would absolutely prevent you from doing that, because see, it would be their reaction. It wouldn't be you that has any problem with doing that. It would be society that would have a problem, and they would arrest you, or because they're so uncomfortable with their own inherent nature and their own human basic body, right, that everybody has and you're aware of. You're so uncomfortable with that and have to censor reality to maintain your contrivance state that you have to literally censor the human body and any appearance or glorify or stigmatize any mention of it or relation to it. And so because of that, if you went up to a microphone to discuss the merits of a nudist colony, or not even to argue for it, but to simply observe it, then you would basically decide to what the fuck was that? You would basically decide to be discredited by them. You'd say, oh, like again, you see this with certain people like Charlie Kirk or somebody. It'd be like, oh, look at you holding a Starbucks coffee cup and you might be arguing for environmentalism or whatever. It's the same thing. Oh, you might argue for a nudist colony, but look at you, you're wearing clothes. We sure dunked on you there. But wait a second, if I wasn't wearing clothes, then in this environment that's highly controlled, right, you would probably kick me out or, you know, stigmatize me, or at the very least, you would only be able to focus on the fact that they're naked, because again, your minds are beholden to the stimuli acme, so it's your own standard that prevents it from happening. And so now even having a discussion about it is discredited by, oh, your own intolerance of it is what prevents me from doing that. So it would make no sense, right? You have to adhere to their contrived state to even broach the subject, which they're only seeing from their own worldview that they seek to reinforce. So this is just a good excuse to do what would be effective in my debate format, but I'm not sure how much interest I have in actually interacting with other people. Bro is literally me. So again, what would be a pacifist views on violence or action sort of related elements here? You would be more so deliberate or reactive, right? You're not seeking conflict out. You might take the path of least resistance, but also you also sort of remove the need. This is a strong, stark, absolutist concept. You wouldn't so much create conflict or deal with conflict. You would remove the need for conflict altogether, which goes along with the minimalistic ideation that we're talking about. There's also the fact that you have like, okay, you'd be minimalistic, and the reason why is because, or to the extent that, let's say, an absolutist did want to kill somebody, they would give no sign. There would be no argument, there would be no fighting, there would be no angry sort of disposition. It would seem like everything's perfectly normal, and then all of a sudden you'd kill them in their sleep, so you wouldn't give any sign. If you make the decision to do it for whatever reason and standard and consistency you might have, right, that's one of the core principles of an absolutist is consistency. It's not so much that they're telling anybody what to do or that they have a particular exact measure. It's that whatever measure you might have, you would have to be consistent in it to be credible or to have value. You can't just pretend to have it. No, the more consistent you are, the more credible it is. You know, the less consistent you are, obviously it's self-invalidating. And so it would define value by ability and by consistency. And also it would allow you to consider the fact that you would consider the fact, again, like violence or intention, you wouldn't give any sign of your intent. You might make the decision. It would be almost like what you see in gangster movies at times. Like they do a little look, a knowing look to the camera or whatever, but they won't give any sign, and they're friends and they shake hands, and then the next day they end up ordering a hit on that guy, and they end up dead. So it's like, if you make the decision, it's not useful to get angry, or, you know, emotion is nothing but irrational insistence upon the self. Another absolutist razor, of course. All of these I've written and discussed and debated over time. How can we hear a pedestrian so well over that? So emotion is nothing but irrational insistence upon the self. The absolutists would be more goal focused. Like, okay, let's say they decide to kill somebody, they would do it quietly and silently and without any compunction. They wouldn't, either they decide to do it or they don't, but whether they do it, they would never give the other person a sign so that it could be prevented or inhibited, or, you know, anybody could be aware of it. They would just do it without any warning. So it might seem cowardly to some, like, oh, that's like killing somebody in their sleep. But the reality is that if you decide to do it, then just do it the most efficient way possible, rather than calling attention to itself as if you have to almost justify or overcompensate for yourself, like you're not really sure of yourself, or you would make that decision. So that's the whole principle of an absolutist philosophy would be, it's not so much saying what specifically to do or what set of standards to follow, but it would hold accountable whatever standard you have. So if two absolutists meet in battle or in some conflict with each other, they would respect one another for their consistency or not for their lack thereof, right? So it wouldn't be so much that, oh, I hate you and you're wrong and I disagree with you. It would be more like, I have my measure, you have your measure, and whoever believes their measure most strongly would succeed and prevail in this fight. I'm sort of just laying out, like in a historical context, this is how I would say it. That you know, if you believe so strongly in what you believe in, like what is right, as somebody else believed in what was wrong, then you should have stopped them from doing it. You're just a complacent, mindless, half-assed human function who wouldn't even bother to go about that. So it's like you're not really pursuing it. So somebody who's evil and terrible and does all these horrible things believed so strongly in what they were doing that they were able to be successful at it, whereas you didn't believe as strongly in what you were doing. And if you did, then your ability would match theirs, or collectively, right, people who believe what you do, like social Darwinism, would overcome what they're doing, and so it would end up prevailing for that reason alone. And so that would be the point. It wouldn't be about, it would be come down to the reality of ability versus morality. Like, oh, you can believe whatever you want. Like I have there's an absolute expression that would be like this: if you could go back if you could go back in time and tell the Native Americans one thing, would it be that, oh, the big bad evil Europeans are coming, right? But that doesn't do them any good. Or would you tell them how to make a better weapon that might give them a better fighting chance? So it comes down to the machination process and technology and ability and resources and means, the means argument. It comes down to ability, not morality. So even if we insist upon that as a pretense, like, oh, morally this is right, this is wrong, it wouldn't matter. The way to do it would be on a functional basis. So you wouldn't go back and say, oh, these big bad evil people are coming to get you. You would instead say, here's how to make this weaponry that could best help you defend yourself. So that would be the point. That's the objective reality of how the world actually works, but that would be the absolutist point of view and lens as well on the subject, that you would realize that ability is what's defining in machination. So even to best achieve or outwardly insist upon your moral fiber, that you might, of course, morality is nothing but the plaything of conquerors, that those who act all self-righteous are merely the descendants of people who did the very things that those same people would condemn and would, outwardly. So, you'll be an empire built on the backs of slaves and on the graves of the conquered people, and yet you would act all self-righteous from that point on and act like, oh, look at all these other people, countries or people doing terrible things. So the only reason why you're in such a position where you're in the relative comforts and everything like that to be able to pass judgment on others is because you are living on the graves of conquered people and in a country built on the backs of slaves, just as a general expression. Forget about the specific application, but that would be the point, that morality is nothing but the plaything of conquerors when history is written in blood, and the real way it's carved is just whoever is most capable. So like with Genghis Khan, don't hate the player, hate the game, that he was just better at it than everybody else. Like other kings weren't trying to do the same thing. There's always this idyllic nonsense that, oh, in history you would have I'm just sort of fleshing out the thought process, right? These are all absolutist ideas and concepts and principles and perspectives that I've discussed over the years. So like Genghis Khan, it's not that he was uniquely evil. That wasn't what made him why we know who he is. It's because he was uniquely gifted and skilled and talented at what he was doing and effective and got results, whereas every other king of the same era, maybe not every other king, but that's how history is written. Like everyone was always trying to conquer everybody and fighting with everybody, and there's like this weird thing that, oh, everybody was just holding hands and then this big bad guy came along, and oh, how horrible. It has more to do with resources, with means, with ability, with strategy, with everything like that. That's what ultimately dictated it. So it's not that, oh, he's uniquely evil. Is that he... I like how these NPCs are talking as if they can actually hear me, but I'm not even talking in-game, assuming that would even be what they're reacting to. But, yeah, it's not that they would be uniquely evil, that they would be better at the same measure that everyone was practicing. Oh, these other kings were trying to attack and kill each other too and conquer each other, but they weren't as good at it, so you never even hear who they are. But you'll hear who he is because he was just better at it. So, again, how do I apply this exactly in an RP sense? I don't know. I don't want to seek it out. But I also don't know, like, the bar with respect to... That was a pretty good fleshing out of some of the absolutist principles, though. So you wouldn't seek out conflict. You would almost consider it beneath you, certainly amongst the kind who would... And look how I ended up back here, even though I walked all around. This one, at least, I don't have to do as much of a voice on. But that sort of takes on the, like, think about the character Lucky from Waiting for Godot, where he kind of rambles on, right, in a sort of an intellectual way when they take his hat off. That could be sort of a similar vibe that we have, right, where you go into all this philosophy on a coin flip. So you're just kind of minding your own business, but if somebody triggers you in some way or brings up a fallacy, I must point them out when they arise. But then again, it's pointless, as I've already pointed out. So it's like the human mind is so objective and powerful that it would remove the need for social contrivance in all forms anyway. So we'd have to worry about fuel, we'd have to worry about food, but like those bars at the bottom, I'm not sure actually which each one is. One of them is going to be hunger, one of them is going to be, like, I actually don't know. And this is like a permanent type character too. Oh, for fuck's sake, why am I even doing this? One of these is going to be actually a player, but I don't see why they'd be following the laws either. So you don't have like an actual place to sleep here. But no, I'm mostly just trying to walk around and just see what happens RP wise. That burger shot always seems like a hot spot, honestly. There's like one burger shot that's I don't know if it's called a burger shot. Oh, it is. This always seems like such a hot spot at least other servers and stuff. But we just kind of sit there and walk around. So I got accused on the other character, which I won't hold against them, even if I see those same people, because we're totally unrelated to each other. But, like, you know, that would be kind of disingenuous RP-wise if I connected it or tried to seek revenge. But there were these two guys who were sitting there, right? And they had, like, a Hummer-type big car. And he said, oh, you slashed my tire. Somebody slashed my tires. And they thought it was me. And obviously that Dante Faust character was you know, not, I didn't do anything. I didn't actually do it. You could see that. But they accuse me, and then I say, no, it wasn't me, and then they believe me, and then I walk away. But then because Dante Faust has that devilish other part of him, he had to say, like, but if you do that again, right, like falsely accuse me or pick me up, and like he grabbed me and brought me to the other guy, then I'll slash more than just your tires. And then he used that as a baseline to attack me. Just like, then he had his dog attack me, and then I said E2 Brute, like fucking, because his dog's called Brutus. Like, it was a pretty good moment, right? So that was kind of organic. Your seatbelt is on. How is it on if I'm not even in the fucking car? Like, I don't have much motivation or desire to do anything in particular, but I think you can, like, sort of, can I, like, slash sit? Sit down in a nearby chair. Yeah, let's do like the bench McConnell. I'm copying McConnell, but it's a good idea, honestly. Or maybe they don't have any benches, so they're trying to discourage that. But how could you not have a bench? Or I should pretend like I'm talking to an NPC and explaining that would be kind of cool. Like I sit across, this would work as a bench. We sit across from like an NPC and we're explaining it to them. Let me try to, oh, they really don't want me to sit, do that. Okay, here we go. Slash sit. Oh yeah, that works pretty well. Now we just sit here and we reflect to ourselves. Right, and sort of we're just enjoying the view and the value. This reminds me of the absolutist principle that in the modern day, somebody could be looking at a screen and you would consider that perfectly normal. They could be looking at a computer screen 10 hours a day, and that would be seen as normal behavior and even desirable somehow. But if somebody was staring at a wall, that would seem odd, as if the infinite objective nature of the mind is not coming out in either sense. But one seeks to subvert it, almost like we fear our own thought and mind, where we try to distract ourselves by looking at a screen and react to that and depend on externality. Whereas if we're staring at a wall, we could be thinking with our infinite objective mind about anything, like how what we're doing here. We could just be looking and thinking. We don't need any externality. We aren't controlled by it. We don't depend on it because our mind is more powerful. And even in the case of staring at the screen, which is supposedly more desirable and better as a form of behavior, it would still be the case of the mind, but in this case, you're not stimulating it. You're simply dumbing it down or trying to distract from it, typically at least. So that is an interesting dichotomy. You could be in a prison cell and be more free than a person who's out in the wild in society, because in the prison you're free with your mind, whereas in society you are controlled in every area, potentially, depending on externality, depending on the folly, favoritism to distract you. You always need something from externality because you're not at peace with yourself or reality or your own mind, your own infinite objective thoughts. So what happens there is the simple realization that you could be more free and find more value in that. So look at that analogy of somebody staring at a wall versus somebody staring at a screen. Is one really better than the other? And is there really any difference? Because in both cases, your mind is the dictating factor, but one of them seeks to distract it, potentially folly favoritism, and the other seeks to embrace this infinite objective nature. Or you might just realize it comes to the same thing. In either case, you're thinking, but in one, we somehow stigmatize and condemn it, like almost like we fear our own infinite objective nature in our thought. But in the other, we embrace it. So you would rather stare at a screen and consume images of folly, like mindless entertainment escapism, but you wouldn't sit there and just think about the various anything in the universe, like what we're doing right here, right? That wouldn't be a good thing. So you underestimate and even stigmatize and even condemn and even reject and even fear your own inherent state, your own inherent objective mind, infinite objective mind. But even beyond that, you also reject the fact that you sort of embrace the physical state and reduce your infinite objective mind to those terms, which is a lot of what contrivance is, of course. And so you could have there could be more truth in fiction than in the artifice of social contrivance, but also there could be more truth in this, in just your own thoughts without being inhibited by others, than there would be in any amount of interaction with them. So there'd be more value in this aspect. It's like we're talking to ourselves by looking into the water, right? The fact that you're even talking would be unnecessary too, right? But just to simulate some value in the RP of it, right? This is sort of what the character would do, where he's talking to himself. Like you're not seeking anything out, but oh, now do I really have to do that to /stand? Or it doesn't seem to even be working. Command is not available, so like, what do you mean? Oh, that's stupid that you have to do the same thing again. Yeah, not only can you not sit in actual GTA, whether online or single player, you can't even fucking crouch. Like, let's just walk around, we'll buy some food or some shit. What do I have in my inventory here anyway? You have, we fucked up the graphics. Sometimes bug out like this. What is happening with this? Why is it not letting me close that? Like, I don't even know what I did. 2 would be the phone. What is happening now, bro? Cancel the currently playing emo, which I can't do, and I don't know how I opened that either. Okay, bro. Some of this is obviously the graphics. Maybe my computer can't handle it in some way, but this is a store.
Is there anything I can do for such a special customer?
So yeah, we bought a couple things here last time, like water, maybe taco, I don't know. Or yeah, even our taste in terms of food. We would want the most minimalistic thing of all. We wouldn't want too many ingredients, or we wouldn't want things that are unnecessary. So water is actually quite a minimalistic thing that we would want. And also a food item that would be very basic, like just plain rice or plain bread or plain, even the vegan thing is a bit ostentatious, but it could be it'd be something even more basic and simple than that. I don't know if that's entirely consistent. Yeah, I basically laid out a lot of what the character is about, but let's see if we have another event happen at Burger Shot, even though, I wasn't trying to make anything happen anyway. No, I genuinely don't even know what those bars on the bottom are, so. Why does it seem like there's just nobody here? Or maybe they're avoiding me because I'm this crazy guy who keeps talking to himself, is how it would appear, which is totally not in real life, like what I'm doing right now in a chat with like 0 people, right? It comes to the same thing. What's the difference between talking to yourself and otherwise? Now they'll accuse me of slashing somebody's tire. Because really, there'd be no reason to go here anyway. Like, what am I doing in there? So there's at least a player. Now accuse me of something and have your dog sick me. It happened in just right this area over here, even though I don't really even see where I'm going. But no, I'm content just to do the RP internally, right? We're internalizing what the character is all about. So let me look at, I don't like what's happening with the graphics, but I don't know. I don't want to like reset the server, or I don't know actually what happens with the etiquette of like quitting out and stuff. How do I see my overall inventory, like with all the shit that we just saw? Like Z is like we go prone. This could almost give you an unfair advantage too, that you'd be sort of cheating in a way that. Okay, let me look at this. And again, the problem with these is all the servers are different too, with how this works. DP clothing, toggle phone, emote, menu down, alternative left, right. How about just the overall inventory mode? Speed limiter, throw your weapon, vehicle control. Wait, what? Weird. I don't know how you can see that then. Like your actual base inventory. And we have this shit open too in a way that I don't mean to. You go prone like that. You have first person there. The tab is just this, but there's something more that you should have to do. I feel like there should be some rule of like where you have to quit out, like whether it would be in your apartment, which of course we don't even have one at this point. I don't think it's just like this has happened a number of times, so it's certainly not the server's fault. It's something with my computer apparently that we can't handle the graphics, or it comes back in after a while, but it's kind of like there'd be sort of a minimalistic approach that like you could live off stuff, like live off the trash or something, right? Not that you would really have to or need to do that, but just that you could, right? So you remove the need for a lot of society's contrivances. So again, it's the same sort of path of least resistance. We don't even care about the graphics, or in a life sense, it's an analogy for real life. Like all the things that you struggle with for what you think you need, you don't really need, right? You have 3 meals a day, you could easily live with 1 or 2. Or amalgam theory, you would treat all human beings as the human family. So how could you have 3 meals while somebody else only is starving? Or even a greater sense, you would have the ability to consider that, right, you struggle against contrivance for things that you don't even need. So it's not that you would struggle harder or achieve something within that, but you would also just remove the need by not even requiring that in the first place. Let me quit out here for a second because I don't understand what's happening, but the problem is that you're in a position where I don't know how you actually open the inventory overall. Right, well, you open it like in the shop. Maybe you'd have to just go to the shop and do it there, like switch everything, waiting for game to shut down. I don't want to go through like 100 different servers and try different things that way because it feels a little bit stupid. Right, like you would I don't know. I feel like then that's not a cool way to do it, because that's what makes RP sort of stuff difficult. People would have to come on here regularly and commit and really be part of the community, which is fine if people enjoy that, but like it makes it difficult because people right, will come in, just do a little thing, grief somebody or whatever. That's why they make it so hard to get into some of them. They'll come in, they'll just have a quick experience and then move on. They don't really care. They're not really committed to it. Right, I'm sort of like that too, but my form of RP wouldn't be so aggressive or disruptive. In fact, the last one I didn't even do anything. What's weird is I don't even have Steam open, so it's like it just knows my. I guess it's just tied to my GTA 5 game anyway, but it's weird. Yeah, last time I had Steam open, at least I'm not even logged in. I don't even have it open, so. But no, I consider this whole thing like an indictment against Rockstar themselves, where, wow, it's already been an hour, huh? I consider this an indictment against Rockstar, where I decide to, that they wouldn't have this just in their game inherently. Let me see kind of where we would be left off, because like that etiquette is kind of bad, that you should have to log out in a particular place of significance, like a apartment or some in your car, something a little more substantial. So I decided to not do the other character again, because these are like permanent characters where like I died and then I could have waited for a paramedic if I realized that, and I did wait for a while, and it even said some nearby bystander called one, whether it's an NPC or whether a player did that. But the problem was then I got impatient. I waited a very long time, and then I sort of tried to respawn, but then I didn't realize that that would mean I would just die because I was a permanent character when I created it, right? I forgot that, so that's a big deal, because now I can never use that character again, let's say on the server or whatever. But no, these would be the two characters. The other one, I was struggling with doing the voice. That was my main problem with it, that I couldn't. But no, I want a server that's almost like not related to anything, right? Like it's roleplay for roleplay's sake, not trying to ingratiate itself into other things like, oh, well, I mean, you could have those things as an option. What was that image there? What the fuck was that? He's still alive. Let me read my loadout then too. Unknown, again, that's not actually his last name, but that's kind of part of the point. 698 cash, 5,000 in bank, gender male. The picture is blurry as hell. A mysterious man who believes that he's the reincarnation of an absolutist from another world long ago. While he will never admit this directly, he constantly espouses absolutist philosophy. What is absolutist philosophy? Spend any time around him and you will be sure to find out. Maybe more than you even want to. He dislikes making eye contact, which you got to remember that when we're talking. Why? Because there is no need to look at those he can already see through. And no, he doesn't talk to him. These are both like RP lines that I would use. All right, like, you know, why don't you ever, somebody would ask him, like, why don't you look at my eyes when I'm talking to you? I have no need to look at those who I can already see through. And then, no, he doesn't talk to himself. It's called thinking. Like, oh, you talk to yourself. Yeah, of course I do. It's called thinking. You should try it sometime. Codename elitist victim blamer, because he's, you know, that'd be part of the ideation. Spawn now, last position. So that's kind of seamless, though, the way you can get back in there. I could pretend like I'm building my own little house here. So the one thing I can't do is my inventory. I don't know how to access it. I have no idea. It's unfortunate, but I'm drinking water. So let me pay attention. Which one did that refill? That's the top bar that doesn't even appear normally, which doesn't even make sense. What the fuck is the inventory button, man? God damn it. Don't these things have like a wiki type shit to go along with them? F1 no, F2 no, F3 no, F4 no, F5 no. I'll just press like every fucking button. I don't know. That's the clipboard, player list. P is the phone. For fuck's sake, man. Why is something as simple? Okay, K. For some reason it's K, which I guess I should have known from the shop. Let me just eat it, or I'll put it on my, yeah, use. Which bar went up with that? Hunger. I don't know what the other bars are then. I have no idea. I thought those would be the bars. Like, whatever. I'm not gonna need too much more to last whatever minimalistic shit I'm doing. I have no need for walls except to keep your prying eyes from outwardly insisting upon my minimalistic state. So you would have this notion that I don't have them for my benefit, I'd have them for your benefit. The same thing like with the nudist colony idea. I don't wear clothes because I need them or because I I would want them or need the artifice that's attached to them or the censoring of reality that would be necessary to preserve the stimuli acme state. Oh no, of course. I only wear them for your benefit because you're so obsessed, because your repression of the stimuli acme inherent tendency associated, because of your repression of your own inherent desired suggested tendencies to go along with it, would be that you need to censor reality to feel comfortable in your own skin within the half-mass state that you've been reduced to, rather than embracing your inherent nature, or at least being aware of it and actively vouching for the contrivance that you counteract it with, right? You're not even comfortable with that, so you have to censor reality and overextend and outwardly insist and seek constant reinforcement through externality, through a constant contrivance state. And so why do we need other people when they're fucking just gonna reduce us to a lowest common denominator, which would be consistent with the actual absolutist perspective that way? They would just be an obstacle. They would just be an inhibition. They would just be a collectively overextended contrivance state that you didn't choose objectively. That, right, you were born into it, the non-consensual social contract, and then you were given the situation where you were able to be indoctrinated at a young age in youth before you ever got to think for yourself critically. You're too young, and then by the time you're old enough, now you're constantly beholden to this constant contrivance, social contrivance, reinforcement, and closed structure that is insisted upon, that you're constantly accountable to, right? So you can't even think for yourself, or it has a major advantage. And if you want to make a functional argument to say, well, it's valuable, it's true because it works, even that's not consistent, then you can hold a functional basis and hold it consistently accountable, or it would invalidate itself. But also, even beyond that, you have the ability to consider that the consistent accountability would point to the fact that you would at least make that choice for yourself, self-actualize from an inherent base minimalistic state, right, which you never had the chance or choice to do that. And then you also have the ability to consider that, just it was not chosen, so therefore it's, by that logic, well, you could say, well, China is very productive, or certain countries throughout history have been productive under like a regime, under like some propaganda. That doesn't mean that if something's functional to some degree, not even entirely fully consistent or measurable, but just because something is productive doesn't mean that it's logical or consistent or right by whatever arbitrary moral standard, etc., you might have. So, right, if you want to use, oh, well, it's functional, but even then, okay, you would suspend morality then for greater function if function is really the criteria basis. And again, the key consistency and credibility would come down to the ability to outwardly insist upon something such that you would have, outwardly insist upon it to other people, or again, overextend it and force it upon others and assert it as though it's some absolute empirical standard with authority, rather than simply practice it yourself. So if you're vouching for the state, then you're also vouching for the conflict of contrivance that goes along with it. So you would have that as a consideration. And so again, how we would exactly manifest this in short form, lowest common denominator contrivance amongst the human functions of this world would be a different consideration entirely. But perhaps avoidance of them would be the best consideration of all. You would think something would just happen normally, and somebody would just run into me, but I'm certainly not seeking out conflict. What is that? Is that a bug, or that's just part of the immersive RP experience, that things really do come falling down like that? That's a principle also that you could point to, like, it's much easier to destroy contrivance or deconstruct it than it is to create it. You have to spend all those years of indoctrination that all it would take is momentary objectivity to invalidate the whole thing. That's why you fear thought so much, etc. But it's also a case where, oh, we end up right back where we were. It's also a case where we were able to, it takes you decades to build this society up, but then it takes you only days to tear it down. And then you'll blame the person who tore it down. Like, oh, don't you think if you built it a little better, if it was really worth sustaining, it would hold up a little better? So the burger shot is okay, but they took away those benches. Yeah, that's my whole thing, though. I'm not seeking anything out. I don't even have to go in there. I don't want to do it. Like, I'm not doing anything. There's a certain amount of player activity that would be sure to happen here. But this character might be just beyond the comprehension of people. Right, it's just too much, but I'm at least laying out what it would be about. And it's amazing that I've tried to bring this both to Reddit and YouTube comments like I did in the one session, and then I also try to bring it to now RP. Like it's really quite a lot. Yeah, I've sort of shown the style, but you would have to present it in a way that people could understand, which of course, like I've explained, that would be very difficult because that's the whole point of contrivance itself. Again, you cannot dissuade with the reason what came about by desire, but also you cannot do it in such a way that you're explaining to them the errors of their ways, but if they realize that or were capable of doing that, they wouldn't do it in the first place. Right, then they wouldn't even be doing that. So that's where cognitive dissonance comes in, like with humor and stuff like that. You can't help but make fun of the artifice of your own contrivance state, but then you still practice it blindly as though it's absolute. So it's a non-accountable false absolute practice to have mass to justify an overextended state, like placing undue emphasis on inherent objective reality just to rationalize reducing it to a half-mass practice where you're not fully committed to it in any one direction. You're just using it as a pretense to achieve your non-basis of self, dependent over extended pretense, zero-sum means, right, that your own self-interest. But even that wouldn't be condemned on like a selfish level, that it's somehow selfish and your fault, or that's like a bad thing. It would be rather recognized that it's not consistent, right? So the issue isn't the standard itself, right? An absolutist has no stake to claim in that, like not telling you what to do, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, but whatever standard or measure you define for yourself, which of course most human functions don't even define one at all because they're not even that self-aware. But even if you did define a measure for yourself, right, that would be step one, whatever it might be, right? You decide that for yourself, like a standard, a measure to hold that you abide by, but it's not important what standard you have, but it is important that you define it for yourself and that you do abide it. But then also, the biggest standard with that would be consistency, and also you can't project it or outwardly insist it upon others. This was the bench I sat on. Did I cause it to go like that or what? Right, you would have to be consistent, have any credibility, and even within that consistency, you're assuming the intent and projecting the measure of somebody else, which again, you just defined for yourself. So you're assuming what other people are about or what they are valuing or prioritizing, and so it creates a fallacy of ability versus will. Like you're assuming, they're just not capable enough to understand or to practice this process. That's absolute. Not that the process may not be absolute, that they might have a different measure that you're just projecting and assuming their intent in the first place. So that's the nature of closed structure contrivance, sort of like false duality and Bolshevik rhetoric, where you would have the ability to consider that everything must be part of an absolute structure that you're practicing, even though you have to actively contrive it and outwardly insist upon it. But it's a case where you have to believe it to be absolute. So anybody who doesn't practice it must just be, it's not a fault of the process or even that any other measure or priority or practice could exist. It must be that, it's just their inability to do it. They're just not as good at doing it. Right, they lack the ability to do what is an absolute process. Not that the process isn't absolute or they could have some other priority or anything else. Or even beyond that, it's the one size fits all, the one and only measure that could possibly exist that anybody could ever have, right? So it comes down to a factor of ability, not will. Let's see if we can still sit on it. What the fuck is that? I don't know if he caused that to actually bug out by sitting on it. It was the same one that I sat on. I don't really see why that would cause that to happen though. A lot of these servers and interactions are buggy to some degree. I don't know how much credit NoPixel really deserves. Is it just the community basis that's better, or is it the fact that, are they like mechanically better? Because a lot of these servers seem pretty good. I did actually play on there at some point, briefly, but that was maybe before it was so hyped up, obviously. Or there was still a queue time, but it wasn't obviously what it would be today, or there wouldn't even be any queue time at all. You just wouldn't be able to get on there. Yeah, we could almost make it like a McConnell Rhett type of bench sitting vibe a little bit, but again, maybe that would require some cult of personality basis following to make it even interesting, or more activity going on, which the number of people would be relatively the same though. That's the thing. You would have whatever, like for some reason they don't have a bench up there. Now, are these actual players doing this? I assume. Well, whatever. We're just introduced the character. I didn't really have any interactions here, and I'm not going to seek them out. Yeah, the absolutist would reveal the artifice of social contrivance just by doing nothing, by mere by mere neutrality, because contrivance is an outward state, an active practice, that you could present it like such that you have the fact that you have to outwardly insist upon it. So by simply being neutral and placing no emphasis, which is not an active outward practice, right, you would reveal the artifice of it right there, because it requires constant outward positive, undue emphasis, overcompensation, etc. Right. So by simply being neutral, you reveal and expose it in a way that doesn't even play into false duality, where like you're anti. You don't have to argue against it. You can just observe it. You can just, be neutral to that particular specified contrivance state as well. And so half mass zero sum means as a validating factor. A lot of these terms people wouldn't understand, right? Have to do like a whole write out. The one thing I don't know is how you can actually see your own character's thing, like my own description, because that would be important for other people to see. Like they walk up to you and they're talking to you, and they could like look at that in your profile, because right, you could like look at somebody and see what their loadout is, what my total whatever, what my character's information is, so that they could obviously value it and react to it or understand it based on that. So I don't know. I'm not going to seek anything out, but we're kind of fleshing out what the character would be all about and espousing even to ourselves. So for a while there, I was actually saying it out loud too. I was, kind of like talking to myself, which would be part of the character potentially too. And it's like, that would be valuable, but the problem with it is, I don't know. I don't know if that seems like attention seeking, whether you're kind of doing it like soapboxing, like I'm trying to explain it to these masses of NPCs even walking around, or something like that, or I'm just doing it to my own benefit for myself, right? Like you're just thinking aloud. Okay, so today I'm going to be playing GTA 5 again. I'll go back to the single player, but I went through basically the little mini series that I was trying to do, where I went through all 5 different phases. I played the single player in the completed file to see what I could do in the open world, which wasn't much. Then I started a run of a permadeath run with some other rules, like I have to do it in first person, and I have to do it in I can't use the character's special abilities, and I can't fail a mission. Right, I just introduced each of these. Then I did online for a little bit, which I created a kind of format where I kind of alternate between different things and create a whole like set out of it. The old adventure quest format that like I was doing, where I'm sort of alternating it. It's if you know, you know. But whatever, that was an interesting way to kind of flesh it out, and I would be excited to go through all the heists from the beginning. But supposedly there are mods that let you do some of them, but in single player. But I mean, I just hate the idea of doing stuff with other people. I don't mind doing stuff against other people, like competitive, but I just hate it, because then even if I do really well, then somebody else messes it up, or even if they do really well, then I could mess it up. Like whatever the outcome, whether I win, lose, succeed, anything, like, and I want to take my time, I want to get immersed, I want to enjoy the flavor. Like I don't care about the multiplayer element, or I hate the compulsory nature of it. And then phase 4 was obviously the modding, which I tried like just one mod, like the Calamity mod, I think. And then number 5 was obviously the RP, which I kind of introduced my Absolutist character in Dante Faust again. Dante Faust, the one who has like the split personality, where he goes from being like a feeble old man to a devil. Even though I can't do the voice anymore, it worked with my old voice, because I arguably wasn't doing a voice. I was just doing my whispery natural voice, like for the old man, which is normally how I would sound, right? And then I would do these little bursts of anger and demonic stuff. So whatever, I've introduced all those, like they're on the table. So here we're going to go look at, because I don't really think I played it since that update came out. I had mentioned that I had read an article about it, right? Seen an article, whatever, right? That it said, it had said that GTA 5 single player is getting an update apparently around like the 4th, but I think that's around when I stopped playing, or I think, or maybe I did play after that, but I was only playing the RP or the online at that point. So now we'll go in and see if anything's actually different. But no, this was a pretty fun little mini series, and it just makes me sad to see like how barren the single player really is. Like, I challenge people who are fanboys of even the game. What do you do in the single player? Right. And you might say, oh, but that's true with other games, like it relies on mods like Bethesda. But Bethesda, I played Skyrim over 1,000 hours. I mean, this is just anecdotal, but like I played Skyrim for over 1,000 hours. I never modded it. I think I modded it like one day just to try it out. But like out of the whole experience, I've never used mods. And I'm not saying you can't do that or it's bad, but there's so much to do. You can do the College of Winterhold quest over and over. You know, those kind of, I don't. Is there a way to like just turn it off without having to? This is what I don't like sometimes. Now what, I have to close the whole thing and delete that, or what? So I'd have to go in the in the folder. But my point is, again, let's just look at it on a face value. I actually kind of want to play Red Dead on here. You know, everything is so much more convenient on PC. It makes me really appreciate it. Like, I had an urge to play NBA 2K the other day, but then I'm like, well, it doesn't work well on PC because it's just not optimized right, which isn't really a fault of PC. It's just a fault of the developers. So then I'm like, fuck it, because I don't want to take the energy to really set up the computer, or I mean the console, and use that. And it's just so much more. Never mind even the streaming part of it, which is a little more inconvenient, but just the whole thing is like, if something's on PC, I'm 10 times more likely to play it and enjoy it. The case in point being this game, because I had even bought a PS3 bundle with GTA 5 when it came out, because you had to. You know, I didn't have a Xbox 360 or a PS3, so I got that just to play this, and it came with it, right? It was like a bundle. And what happened? I got to like the mission at Trevor in the docks, and I got bored, partly due to just the campaign having that issue of some of the missions being kind of boring, especially the heist setup was not what it was cracked out to be, right? But then I never beat it until in 2015 when it came out on PC. So that just shows you the convenience factor. So we could look at like Red Dead and The Last of Us, and some of these games that were released on PC. I wonder if they did that with The Last of Us 2 as well. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. Or even Detroit, or even Horizon Zero Dawn, like all these games that you would have only been able to play on console, that now you can play on PC, even though I've never even played Horizon Zero Dawn, period. But what I would want you to understand, though, is the simple fact that, yeah, let me do that for comparative analysis. Like, Skyrim, or even any of the Bethesda games I played, you know, I played Skyrim over 1,000 hours. I could see myself playing the other games hundreds of hours and just getting value out of them inherently. You don't need multiplayer, you don't need online, you don't need mods. You could still do those as a bonus, right? That could be the icing on the cake, but you don't need to do it. I never felt the need. There's always something interesting to do. There's content density, there's dungeons everywhere, there's dynamic stuff to do. So I would ask that question to the fanboys even of this game, who might defend it or act like, oh, I'm just hating, or doing a contrarian take. But we're not talking about the multiplayer online, which is obviously very good. We're not talking about RP, and we're not talking about mods. We're talking about strictly the single player campaign, which again, you might say, well, if you want more to do, just do those other modes. Like, I get it, but there was great single player DLC for like GTA 4, Ballad of Gay Tony, Lost in the Damned. Even though I've never played, I don't think Ballad of Gay Tony, I only played Lost in the Damned, but they're both very well received. And then there's also, right, like they just at least put a certain amount of effort. Whereas here, they put an effort not only to not put an effort in this, you know, what you would do after you beat the game, but they even castrated it on purpose. They took away stuff that you would have otherwise been able to do. So again, what is it that you would do? You could attack Fort Zancudo. That's a fun thing that feels kind of almost like a mission, right? Try to steal a tank, try to whatever, take over the military base. That's a fun objective. You could fight with the cops with 6 stars, which that's okay, but it gets boring after a while. But you can kind of make your own fun that way. I'm not denying it. I just think there's not enough structure to that. It just goes on forever, unlike even Red Dead, where you kill enough of the bounty hunters who are coming after you, right, when you get the bounty, and they stop chasing you, they go away, right, the encounter ends, even though the bounty remains. It's like an ongoing criminal playstyle where it doesn't completely prevent you from doing anything, but it follows you around nonetheless. Whereas here, you just either you escape or you die, right? Or you just keep fighting them forever. There's no in between where like, oh, I kill enough of them, or I do something and I I win the encounter, and it feels like a mission, like a gang activity, gang wars, like Franklin could have. These are the two great theories I had for this game, right? That I said many years ago, and I'll say again. There should be those dynamic events either throughout the game or at least once you beat the game that Franklin has the gang wars going on between him and the other, rivals that we keep seeing, the Ballas or whatever. I forget, the Purple and the versus Grove Street and Chamberlain gangster families, right? That Lamar calls it. So Franklin would have all the different zones like in San Andreas, right? That are different territories constantly being taken over. You have to constantly prevent yours from being taken over. It'll dynamically get attacked. You would have that as a random, repeatable, fun thing for Franklin to do, and it makes sense given his gang activity that he engages in. Then Michael would have the vigilante missions where he could get in a cop car and do that because that just sort of suits him, like it's something he might do. He's just bored of Amanda and being at the house and kind of wants to have that self-righteous feeling that he's doing something good and a good guy, but he still wants to get out his aggression. So he could get in a cop car and do the vigilante missions like Nico in GTA 4. And then Trevor could do basically what he already does, the gun running missions, Oscar, the air trafficking, arms trafficking. So that one's pretty much the same. It could just be a little better and more wider ranging. Like it could go to any area on the map. Right. And then the other thing was the final heist of the game that I always posed could have been, which maybe one of the ones online might even encompass this, but I said this way before. Like, and it makes more sense in my context too. The Don Percival, like, he's the final boss, final villain of the game, right? Instead of him just sending you an anticlimactic text message like, oh, just leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. You would go to the military base, let's say Fort Zancudo. You would intercept, this would be like the heist setup. You would intercept the convoy, find out where the Don Percival's main base is out at sea on some big battleship. Then you go to the military base here, you steal everything you need. You steal a jet, a tank, and some other, kind of technical, some military apparatus that would be needed to shut off some of their like this would be the Michael part of the mission. Like you get some sort of apparatus that shuts down some of their technology and gives you an advantage in the fight. So Michael, basically you do the heist prep, you find out where the base is at sea, you intercept some vehicle, military vehicle, then you steal stuff from the military base, including a jet, a tank, and some other device. Then you go out at sea and have this final epic battle where Trevor comes in with the jet with a little hook holding up, how they sometimes drop stuff from a helicopter. He's got a hook holding Franklin, and he flies that jet over the military base and drops Franklin on the ground, right? So Franklin's in the tank on the ship, which again, you never use a tank or a jet for any of the missions in the game, so it seems kind of like a waste, and it suits them, right? Obviously Trevor being the flying one, Franklin on the ground in the vehicle, Michael doing some espionage on foot in the background. So Michael goes in, sneaks there, tries to use that device and tries to disable some generators and shields and whatever, right, that he's doing, taking out people stealthily and doing things on foot behind the scenes, incognito, right, like his style. Then Franklin is blasting stuff on the tank after being airlifted in by Trevor, and then right, Trevor's having a dogfight in the sky with his jet against other jets. So would that not be the most? And then you finish off by killing Don Percival, who's the leader of Merryweather, which would have made for an epic fucking finale for the story, because he was one of your sort of rivals the whole time. Like you think about Steve Haynes, you think about Devin Weston, but in the background they kept mentioning him, like, wow, that would be a badass one to take out, whether that could be in a DLC form or like that idea is so unbelievable. And okay, let me fix this modding situation. But no, just like what are the three things you could potentially do in single player that are actually pertaining to the core gameplay and something actually satisfying in mission structure? Again, fighting the cops has a certain value, but it has its limits to how fun or rewarding or structured that can be. It also, attacking the military base is good. I do like that. But again, that's one thing you can do, and then you also have the ability to do one other thing, which is like the Trevor gun running missions and stuff like that. Maybe those are better and wider ranging than I give them credit for, but I just don't know. Which one? Okay, chaos mod. So I guess I can just take it out of the folder. I shouldn't have to do this, right? There should be some way to turn it on or off, which there probably is, and I just don't know what it is. But no, one of the coolest things I actually did, which is very simple and might seem deceptive, but it was like I went out into the wild a little bit and I started to shoot birds with Michael, and it feels like some recreational thing that he might do to get away from his family, right? And just like, oh, I'm hunting birds, not even part of a mission, just like that felt kind of like a cool target practice thing. Hey, Jamie. Yeah, sure, we can play a game. Let's see. I introduced that stupid format the other day that I took from my friend that was like, I went on Twitch and I'm like, as I'm streaming, and I did something very stupid where like I'm picking low viewer streamers, like I'm basically role playing as my own viewers in a way. I'm going to a low viewer streamer and challenging them without them knowing that I'm a streamer necessarily. And I'm saying, hey, you want to play a game, and then playing them while not necessarily sniping them, but I'm trying to almost simulate that feeling of like, oh look, get the satisfaction of me playing against a streamer or beating a streamer. But yeah, I don't even know what I wanted to do in the session. I just kind of wanted to why can't I log in? What the hell? I think I'm misspelling my username. Chaturanga only. Huh, I can't remember now how it's spelled. Chaturanga only. And I think it's actually inherently misspelled anyway, but shit, now I don't know. But one thing I don't like is they actually deleted my account, my actual One Quiet Gamer account. It always would stay there, but I really don't know. Maybe I got hacked on an account that I barely even use. Damn. Or yeah, I can use this vibe to this music in the background, which I always do say this game has an amazing score, which is one of the great achievements that, you know, at least finally one of the games actually do have a score. As much as I like the immersion, that's what people say, like in Dark Souls or, okay, there we go, like in Dark Souls or GTA 4, you could say that, like, oh, it's realistic that the only music you get is the music from in the game, like from an actual radio source. But you could always just turn the music off, the in-game music, whatever, off to simulate that. Or, same thing in Dark Souls. Like, you could just have music everywhere and just turn off the music if you wanted to be more immersive. But yeah, there were some really good moments in there, especially, you know, I think maybe that second one I was in a really bad spot. All right, let's see if we can simulate that hunting experience again with Michael, or maybe something similar. Don't play chess high. Yeah, don't do the Botez Gambit, which we saw a couple times there. Imagine having that named after you. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Right, would you rather be unknown or infamous for such a thing like that? Oscar Guzman flies again, which of course is related to the... See, some of these lore characters never die because, oh, they have to be around for online missions and to sell you shark cards. Like, the same way that is Don Percival still technically alive in lore online? How much you want to bet they have a mission like that, too? In the online... Oh, how come it's still... Wait, I thought I took that out. You really have to... I guess I could go around with this too, but I took this out of the folder for that exact reason. Let's see how long we can last with the Chaos mod intact, even though I didn't want to play it like this at all. Or we have nothing on either. Or this is like the... This is the one where I made it a new file to do a permadeath run, but I guess I've already ruined it. Because I... What is this? Prop hunts. What exactly am I hunting about it though? Like, it's not like these are players or anything that's gonna hurt me. Or they start to overlap with each other too at times. I mean, there are some pretty cool things that happen because of this, but usually they don't end up getting you killed too much. Gamepad, set player in random vehicle seat. And that's let's role play as a Weasel News person. You to bring up the okay, fine. Set player in random vehicle seat, which I assume I could get out if I really want to, but let's kind of go where this takes us. X to duck while in a vehicle. Bro. Fulbright. I haven't been this turned off by a Fulbright since Bobby Fulbright from fucking Dual Destinies. Oh, we still got the prop hunt thing going on. This looks like San Andreas graphics, basically. Is that what that means? Like, the graphic style maybe was called that? Oh, this looks actually pretty cool. Fuck. I really didn't think I was going that fast. Sensitive touch indeed. Maybe that was part of the reason why, because I swear I was going slower than that. Or that it wouldn't actually do anything. So we died. Let's see how long we can last with each of the characters. Oh wait, I don't have the characters. I don't want to use this mod right now though. There's got to be some better way to manage it. I guess you have to have some third-party mod manager. Like, I'd have to like delete it off my computer because I just did that where what is it? Chaos mod, calamity mod. What is it? Like I took it from my game folder to the. I took it from the game folder to the like my downloads folder, so I thought, oh, by taking it out of there it would make it stop working, but now I deleted it too. I put it in the recycle bin, but will it still work now somehow magically? But yeah, that's kind of inconvenient that like what, every time you want to use a mod or not use a mod you have to go through all that instead of just I can just hit a switch and turn it on or off or something. So yeah, I love the fact that I'm trying to make this happen, like, or make something interesting happen in the single player, but I can't figure out what it is. Right, again, aside from attacking the fort, I could recreate that myself, but not really. The whole heist involving the greatest of the vehicles that you end up never using in the game, using really all three characters in a way that makes a lot of sense. Right, Michael sneaking in there, playing like Solid Snake, sneaking, stealth, even though there is no stealth system. And obviously, it'd be the sort of thing I would do as a mod. If I was good enough at making stuff like that, I would literally make that a mod. The final mission against Don Percival, where you go in there and you just, it's so perfect. Like, it's so good. I guarantee you there's nothing like that on, no way. No way, bro. Why can't I escape from this fucking thing? There must be some other way to turn it off too, and I just don't know how. Chaos mod indeed, because I can't escape from. How is it running when it's in the? Let me look this up. Actually, this is kind of a lame session. To be chaos mod, which is currently in my recycle bin. How to turn off chaos mod GTA 5. Just press F7 and you'll be able to configure this on or off. Okay, fine. How am I supposed to know that though? You go restore. Yeah, this will be a fun series to upload to YouTube too. Like whenever I'm doing stuff now, I guess I'm sort of thinking about that. Not that I'm doing it for YouTube, I'm just doing it to do it, but just obviously that's a bonus that I try to keep up at least now with what I'm doing. Whereas before when I first started this channel, I had no notion of that. I still downloaded the VODs and held it in hope that, oh, maybe one day I'll have time to do this. But, so many series I never caught up with. But this is something that if I do it kind of as it happens, it makes you appreciate, right? It's like a good life philosophy. If you do it a little bit every day or, keep up with something, it won't seem so overwhelming. But if you wait, like, oh, let me wait a year and then I'll try to catch up, it'll be impossible. So you're doing the same amount of work potentially in both cases. You're just kind of spacing it out or, trying to keep up with it in the current time. 13 plus for online, even though the game itself is arguably not appropriate for 13 plus if you really want to be technical about it. We get that lawyer on the phone, the Scott Jansen or whatever the hell his name is, who always tries to sell GTA or tries to sue GTA and Rockstar. Take over the historic Mackenzie Field, but I don't see why. Like, what happened to Trevor then? Let me F7. What is F7? What? Start recording. F7's not even working. Maybe I have to switch to a file further on and I'll be able to do it. This is kind of pissing me off. Like, why do I have to... The UI for this game I always found so janky too. Like, it's like a console menu where, oh, you go into the map and the map like pauses the game. But even in online, you have to use it like that. But if you go into the full map, you might think, oh, you don't want to do that during the middle of combat. But I don't know, just the way that menu works is kind of odd. It doesn't feel quite right. It feels like more console friendly, which of course this game was designed for console. It just feels like there's so much wasted potential in the single player because there's nothing to really... You never get a chance to really use all your cool weapons or whatever, right, to really flesh out the characters. There's just not enough reason to. So F7 is doing that, which I don't understand. In fact, I didn't mean to switch at anybody there. I always like if I see Franklin up here, right, like it baits you. Oh, it must be Trevor, but actually it's not. Right, it just happens to be in that North Country. I guess I could indulge it, but I'm being forced to use the Calamity mod when I don't want to. Like, literally, it's so stupid. I'm being forced. Let me look at it again. This is so dumb. How do I turn Chaos mod off? Control P, you can restart. Control O will allow you to turn off the mod. Why are they giving me all mixed signals, too? That didn't work either. Control O. I'm gonna get trolled. Like, oh yeah, just hit Alt F4. That's how you turn it off, which technically would be partly correct. F7. Main options toggle the mod on and off. Choose whether the mod automatically enables on start. How to disable mods playing GTA Online. If you're experiencing problems, disabling other mods. Uninstall or remove it. How do I turn Chaos mod off? Control. Oh, this is like another game though. Chaos mode. Somebody misspelled it. How do you disable GTA 5 Chaos mod F7? But it doesn't work. Choose whether the mod automatically and with the numpad. F7 is like letting me choose the thing though. How to activate the Chaos mod. The gamepad or button shortcut. Control L. Look how many different answers they have to the same thing. I don't get it. Control L. Wait, that one actually seemed to work. Which I still don't really want it to be on, but at all. But it'll taint the experience if I'm doing something actually impressive. Or I like sort of the minimalistic attitude and approach I was taking to it too, where like I would have very little weapons and stuff with Franklin. But see, I don't like to just fight the cops for no reason. I like to let something happen first and then do it. Or I got killed by like a fucking cougar one of the times here. I somehow like playing as Michael the most because you're kind of in the city but not the annoying part of the city like Franklin, and you can kind of do some of this rich life. Like, he's exactly the kind of guy who would do the kind of things you would be forced to do here, as in like the high life. Oh, let's go to a bar and let's hunt some animals and let's, you know, you're doing stuff that isn't... Trevor would just kill people and just do whatever he wants. Or Franklin would just be living his best life, not really trying to prove anything. But in the case of, I'm literally just standing there. I'm literally just standing there. I didn't do anything. I literally didn't do anything. Bro. Did you see what this guy did to your hero Johnny, dude? The hero of the meth heads? Oh, I thought I'd do like a cool backwards swinging on him. The melee is actually really lame in this game too. It's like so stiff. I don't know. It's not really satisfying to use at all. I guess I could have used the train to try to escape. Who are these people? They looked like they were coming for me, like they were in bed with the other people, but... So, Trevor's ability is obviously busted. The fact that it literally makes you invincible and you can't die during it, which we just demonstrated that obviously you can die in the... You can die in the bullet time. Like, I could just do this, and I hate doing it too. I don't mind increasing damage, reducing damage you take, everything like that. But I do mind, whatever, the fact that it seems so, oh, shit. Oh, wow. Okay, so we died there. We died also as Franklin, technically, in the other thing. And now don't restart the Calamity mod now just because I died. The Control L seemed to work for that. I do it like where I play as each character until I die. So let's go to Michael, which we have some Epsilon mission or whatever to do, which I am sure I've done before. I don't know.
Hey, baby, you looking for a date?
Nope, just window shopping. Happily married now.
Now, only
How about you take it out on my ass?
only now are you happily married. Isn't this the alleyway where Franklin and, or I mean Trevor and Michael reconcile? I guess probably not. I still have my body armor on, but no, like what I mean is like RPing, living the high life. Like we're not gonna fight anybody. We're not gonna get killed by the cops. We're playing it like real life. Let's go play a game of tennis with our wife, and then drink some kale shake, and then let's go hunt some ducks and geese to get out my aggression and practice my combat because I love guns because I'm a hunter. And then let me go and watch a movie in my cinema that I own, and then let me go and do something else like whatever. All these kind of high life RP type things that wouldn't actually be that fun for the player of the game to do, and that also arguably wouldn't be that fun to do in real life, but you do it anyway because you're Michael and you're trying to be pretentious or whatever. This is kind of weird. He mocks that sort of lifestyle, but then he still embraces it too at the same time. Like he doesn't reject it fully. What time even is it now? So this session was mostly chess. Whenever I go to upload stuff too, I combine a few days worth, obviously, because it's like, oh, this session would only be an hour, so obviously that's not substantial enough. My style seems to bring out a lot of negativity in people at times. Like most of my videos will get, you know, they might get a like or likes, but they'll also get at least some dislikes too. Like this most recent video, my first session of GTA, or my first couple combined from like last week, right when I first started doing this, it got 1 like and 1 dislike already with like 13 views. So it just shows you kind of the duality of it, that I'm criticizing certain aspects of it. Sure, like, oh, the open world is empty and it feels like a waste, but also it's a great game and I like it and, you know, whatever. So, but I think it's a fair take. And the reasoning behind it is pretty clear, right? You say, oh, but that's because they saved all the best content for online. So if you don't like it, just play online. Or if there's not enough to do, just play online. But the problem is that you shouldn't have to. And it shouldn't be a compromise that you feel like you're kind of waiting for that or wasting time. Like, you know, like all this, like what do I do here? And the answer is nobody has a good answer to it. They just kind of do whatever they want. Like, you just kind of wander around. So my car was probably apparently around here somewhere, but I just kind of ignored it because I was just wanting to run around. But this is maybe something Michael wouldn't do, where he would just run around in his nice suit. But no, he has that pretentious quality to him, so you could RP and like, no, I don't want to fight the cops. I don't want to attack a military base. I don't want to, do anything combat based, even though the whole point of the game is combat based. Yeah, somehow the vigilante missions play into Michael's vibe a little bit too. The whole like he'd feel self-righteous, so he still wants to go out and get his kind of deeper meaning than you might think. Right? Why would he do the vigilante missions above anybody else if you gave the option to do that? And the reason why you do that is because you would say that he wants to get his aggression out and show off how good he is with a gun and kill people and whatever, but he also wants to feel good about it, like, oh, I'm killing people for a good cause and I'm helping the city and I'm doing something actually good and killing bad people and acting like I'm a cop and role playing, like how, oh, I want to make movies and I want to, I don't know, he has all this pretension and ego, like, oh, I'm gonna be a good person even though I'm a criminal, right? So in the same way, he would he would feel self-righteous about doing that, but ultimately it's just an excuse to get his aggression out and kill people and do all of this. Right, so that actually sums up him pretty well. Let's go check out the police station. And you could RP in this sense as a Weasel News truck, like, today reporting balding midlife crisis induced fat asshole finds another excuse to be a dick. I thought you could go in there, actually. Pick up the dildo item like in San Andreas. I remember one of the stations there would let you do that. Look how this fucking clown parked. Yeah, this is a great RP type of vehicle, at least. What does his license plate mean? Does it have any special meaning to it? 5MDS003. I don't immediately get it. It could be like SMD... I don't know. I'm more a proponent of absolutist speech. If you know, you know. Then, like, let's look at a absolutist knowledge of words moment. Since we did that with online, where I introduced an absolutist philosopher RP character, where like familiar would be a word, right? That you would invent words that make sense, though, like. Familiar plus similar would be familiar, right? So it might sound silly, but it actually makes sense and it would convey what it means pretty well. So this is his garage, which is kind of an annoying spot. I don't even know why Michael has a garage. Like, he's not the car collecting type. Or that's something I got baited into online. I thought, oh, I'd work my way up and buy from the cheapest to the most expensive place, like, so I'd collect all the, buy everything eventually. But you can't do that. You can only own one garage apparently, or one, or at least at my state. Maybe you unlock the ability to own more later. I went through the trouble of doing that, and then I bought like a shittier one than what I already had, so it overrode it, and then I got rid of the other one. Like, it should probably warn you about that better or something. I don't know. I guess I just assumed you could own everything at once. Right, like I thought that was the whole point, that you can own multiple things in different areas, different places. I mean, if you're willing to pay for both, which you ultimately would have to do. So, there's been a number of bugs, too. I could make like a whole bug fuck. Or I guess I can just park it around here. I don't give a shit. How does he get it so perfectly parked, like facing the other way, though? Look how hard this is to turn around in here without hitting something. Like, really, how would you do this? I guess you'd expect to go through the garage, but Austin Powers driving moment. That was an idea my friend had for a video compilation, like take all the moments from mainly like XUC and Forsen, who had a lot of them, but all different players from like GTA 4 and GTA 5 and stuff. Whenever they have an Austin Powers-esque driving moment like that, where they're just kind of fucking around and getting stuck or something. Tracy looks so old sometimes, like, I guess it's
Like a total cure for eating disorders.
Before declaring yourself cured, can we just wait and make sure that you don't purge in the bathroom?
Yeah, and Amanda has that bitchy kind of face that's kind of...
Has everyone finished? Jimmy's never finished. He's like a black hole that only works on junk food.
Finished? What? I need like at least another couple minutes of digesting time.
So they're just sitting around waiting for them to digest their food. It's not like they're still eating it. There is no food anywhere. But it's a nice family dinner or whatever.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Yeah, Jimmy, are you ready to talk about him yet?
Obviously, that question is for me. I mean, all your friendships don't even last a night.
At least I'm getting some.
Eat, drink whiskey. Appropriate response to the situation, Michael. Like I wasn't invited to this little soiree. Detox with Fabian, who of course is the guy who she's potentially cheating with. Which I can't blame you for doing that when you're with a degenerate criminal, even if you have a nice house. But yeah, I got completely wasted the one time and kept drinking. And then I said, hey, Amanda, and then she kind of acted all weird and left. Whether reacting to that or just maybe that's how she always would be.
Mrs. Amanda give me pills. She say it make me clean quick.
Yes, you've already told us that. This is to show that maybe we're meant to go on a vacation somewhere. I can't really read it. Live a little, fly with us. I kind of wanted to recreate that hunting minigame that I was talking about, but see, that's all the kind of things I did with Michael that were pretty RP friendly, that feel like things he would actually do. I went to the shooting range and shot up there, did some target practice, right? At least I think I did that with Michael. Then I went hunting out in the wild and shot some birds. Then I kept doing that from one to one moment where, I'm doing things that feel like he would actually do in real life or like whatever in character. Well, that was a very anticlimactic kind of pointless session, but whatever. I don't mind. Mainly, I was just getting frustrated by the fact that I couldn't do anything with the Calamity mods. I have to hit Control L. Maybe that's true for all mods, or maybe just that. I don't know. Like if that's a uniform keybind. But yeah, I don't know why I even felt like doing that today. I was trying to see like, oh, let's see what's different in GTA Online, in GTA 5, but I didn't notice anything. I guess I could look up exactly what's different, but see you tomorrow. Okay, so today's going to be yet another episode of GTA 5, which again, this has been a sort of on and off series. I did it for like a week straight just to try all the different modes. Like I tried RP once. I kind of wanted to do more of that just to, whatever. It's such an inconvenience to me to download it. I guess it's not that big of a deal, but like I can only fit one of these games because I have so much other crap on my computer, the videos that I'm editing and uploading and stuff. So it ends up being where, I can only have like one video on or one game of this size at a time. So if I delete it, then I'll feel too lazy to redo it. So I feel like I have to do everything with it now, but I sort of introduced the character, so maybe I'll try that again. But here I wanted to do like a second part of that Michael little mini game that I kind of created, just like, I'm hunting the birds and the geese up north, or we'll go kind of in Trevor's country and hunt like that. Like he's just doing it as target practice kind of thing. As we also just explore around and play in a kind of immersive RP way. And also as I got like this kind of gaming mouse just yesterday for some reason on a whim. It's like SteelSeries Aerox 9 wireless. And so it is a little bit less sensitive than my other one, and I don't use like an actual mouse pad. I just have like a table that kind of usually is not an issue, but let's see if it improves my aim or something like that. But no, the online was definitely interesting because I felt like, just there's so much I could do with it, and maybe just my inhibition about not wanting to deal with other people for better or for worse. I mean, even for content reasons, like, what if they say a bad word or something, something they're not meant to say. If you're using the mic, or then if you're not, then people get upset about that, or then it just makes things less fun sometimes because I get that people would enjoy that largely, or if you're doing it with actual real life friends, or if you're doing it with, other streamers, like you're some big personality, like they do this with Among Us and whatever, right? I get that, the whole reality TV show vibe. But in and of itself, the whole sort of compulsory multiplayer element is often just a way to inflate the Right, so you have to hit Control L here to get rid of that. It's a way to inflate the thing. See, now would it let me to go to online now since I turned it off? No, I guess not. So, all right, so let's just go around. I almost don't like using this vehicle. In fact, I specifically put this here because I want there to be a sense of permanence with my vehicle. Like, if it gets damaged, I have to actually go repair it. Or, yeah, Jimmy has been the most bugged out NPC, though. I almost wanted to make, like, a compilation of those moments. He was standing outside waiting on his bike as if to show that, oh, look, he's coming home. But I somehow broke the scripting, and it's like, you know, he wasn't meant to be seen just standing there in the road. Right, and then he also starts driving my car right as soon as I park it, even though he wasn't in it. And then I'm not going to follow the traffic laws necessarily like I was trying to do, but you also have a position where you're able to what was the third bug? It was 2 to do with Jimmy and then 1 to do with, probably there were other ones too, but those are the 3 I remember. There was something like oh yeah, where it calls Amanda a her. Right, like you failed to meet Amanda on time, and so the date with, or I mean a him, the date with him is canceled. Right, because it assumes probably that most of the people you're hanging out with are, where is the north on the map? I can't even find it. Oh, here. I kind of want to go sort of northbound, and that would almost be a mod that I want, is one that just allows you to, it forces you to play or encourages you to play an RP a bit more like an RP style. Like, oh, there's rules. You have to, you know, you have to obey the traffic laws and stuff. I kind of even want to do that, but there's just, I mean, to be fair, I'll defend this guy. That guy just cut him off. I was getting mad at the guy in front of me, but it actually wasn't his fault. Like, let's grade the driving of NPCs. This guy's driving fine. He could go a little bit faster, I guess, but I'm sort of tailgating a little bit. It's very hard to stay within the lines, too, because the, you know, maybe it's easier with, like, a controller stick, but when you're doing it like this, it sort of wobbles, right? You're going, like, this is not really how a car moves, with, like, one firm one-to-one like this, right? There'd be, like, a smooth in-between that you get, not with a keyboard input. It's almost an analogy to how the sticks work for aiming, though, like where this is smooth as a one-to-one thing, the mouse. So it's almost like you'd rather drive with the mouse, which I know I think some of the older GTAs let you do that, or maybe this does too, but that could be awkward too. We could try to rob the gas station, but with Michael, I'm trying to almost obey the law, aside from the fact that I ignored the law at the beginning here. I shouldn't do that, right? I should try to play it all immersive, like, because that's what I'm trying to do, at least with the single player. Right, where it's just sort of a RP intensive thing. We kind of got out here and started shooting some birds. Well, let's go a little further this time. Or let's see what that is. You have to do this wildlife photography. The problem is we scare it away, so then what am I supposed to do with that? I don't know what that was, like a fox maybe? And now we're going to get our suit all dirty. It's kind of, you get this stupid blur sometimes too, or somewhat maybe, oh, my computer can't handle certain things, like I was doing RP and then it kept bugging out and part of the map would be like see-through, right? Or you know what I was trying to do is actually tase them. I wasn't trying to kill the animals, I was trying to tase them, but then you realize it comes to the same thing. Yeah, this kind of mouse has like all those buttons on it, like the 1 through 12, like the Swifty mouse from WoW, almost I'd call it, like, where whatever, it's got all those buttons on the side, which makes a lot of sense actually for a game like WoW, because you would have all these hotbars and hotbars full of abilities. So I don't know where that thing went. There's a little outpost here, so I just left my car by the side of the road, which I think that's maybe acceptable to do. I mean, there's not exactly always going to be a parking lot for you just to go hunting in the wild like this. But we were using like some sort of thing with a suppressor on it, which wasn't really that good of a suppressor. But this even has like a flashlight to it, which I don't know how you actually even manually use. Oh, this would be like an RP worthy place that we could hang out. Like, oh, this is like a home away from home that Michael got without Amanda knowing, right? I could pretend this is my house even though it's not, or this is like our friend's house that we're trying to whatever, just get away. That seems like a good motivation for Michael. Oh, we even have the yoga mat. Like this is meant to be. We found Michael's actual home away from home. Nobody seems to mind either. Sometimes they'll get mad just by you being on their property, which they probably should. Or it's like it's some kind of a steps to recovery. Hate yourself, blame the world, accept defeat, be reborn. Inspiring quote of the day: wake up, meditate, self-loathing, story time, attention nap, dinner, mass debate. That's the only one I can get around, is the mass debate part. You know, society is made up of people who blindly just accept everything around them, even in a way that, you know, they didn't choose, but then they'll take pride in it or indignantly insist upon it, right? It's one thing to just go along because you feel like you have to. It's another thing to embrace it or take pride in it. Like, oh, look, I'm so proud of my country that I didn't choose to be born in, that I only say I love because, oh, I happen to live here, instead of actually based on some standard or otherwise. It'd be cool if you could actually play tennis with somebody here, but... You know, like look at all these environments that they put in the game, and it's like, for what? Why is this here? Right? Maybe for something you could use online, but even then, I don't know if you end up playing here. But right, like there should be some random NPC here that you could play with, or maybe you could bring a friend here. But this seems like a private court on somebody's. Imagine being so rich that you can afford a private tennis court. Oh wait, that's exactly what Michael does, and yet he's still. Yeah, this is a nice little place that we could almost pretend is our house, but unlike RP, I didn't mean to do that. Unlike RP, you can't actually like lie down or do anything like that, right? Like, or sit down or anything. So I would sit on here and try to role play it out. The physics on some of these objects are actually pretty good, but there's no real use in messing with them. Yeah, that might seem like a hot take that I was kind of criticizing. Maybe there isn't as much wildlife at night. Like, this isn't the best time to hunt, or it's just harder to see it. There should be more like cougars and wild stuff that'll actually kill you. That, you know, like, to make it more challenging or interesting. But, you know, my car should still technically be there. You would have yeah, like, let me try to recap all the interesting moments. Like, I even said that, where like I'm talking trash, like it's too easy, there's no challenge, and then I get killed by a cougar, like as Trevor. So it was somewhere around here. I actually forgot where I went up. I feel like it was after the gas station, wasn't it? Yeah, that house was a pretty interesting thing, and it won't have an icon now necessarily, because it's like there's like a Yojimbo effect, minimalistic quality to this, where yeah, see, I like that. I could go wander around and my car's still there, so I actually have to keep track and manage it, and I'm not going to drive it up into the hills like that. I probably shouldn't have left the door open like that, but like, there's not going to be a lot of action in this sort of style of play, but there's going to be, or I guess I was even trying to do the what is it called? Like maybe first person one, but that's no fun because I kind of like looking at the car. Right, like what's the point of having a cool looking car if you can't see it? Oh wait, that's like in real life, even like your own outfit, whether in a first person game or whether in real life, like you're the one who doesn't even get to see it, so you're just doing it to show off to other people. And it's one of those absolutist philosophy moments, like only real by acknowledgement. So the only importance it has is the importance that other people give it. It doesn't have any inherently, right? Anybody can just wear anything. It has nothing to do with you. So, like, you know, it's just you're placing undue emphasis on something that has no actual impact or value, often at the expense of something that does. And you also have a situation where I think I'm just going back into the city, which I don't really mean to even be doing. This is the Galileo Observatory, or no, it's not. It's the court center. Like, I could have a gunfight here with the... What, I'm allowed to go in here or what? Like, hey, you have to pay a little fee or what? This is a good place to have a gunfight. There's like a lot of good... Oh, look at this. Hunt, a good place to hunt too, maybe. Which I wonder, would the guard take issue with me doing that too? I mean, if it starts a gunfight, then more power to you, but... I kind of like the birds more. Because there were so many of them and it was so easy to find. That was kind of a cool scenario, but I either can't see them or there just aren't any out at night. Yeah, we do all these little elements to make it more immersive, where you know, first person while driving, I guess, try to follow the traffic laws to some extent, try to not seek out combat. If it happens, it happens, right? Things like that, which aren't really all that fun to do, but maybe they could be helped by some mods. I hate how annoying that mod is though. Like, you can't seem to uninstall it. I put it in my recycle bin and it's still there. I don't get it. I did everything besides I actually deleted it off my computer, which even if I did that, I feel like it would still happen. You have some cops going around here, but not for me. Or is it for the guy like in front of me? What is this? What? There's somebody behind me apparently that they go get a beer. Don't you move another muscle, as he just shot him dead. I didn't even notice that there was anybody behind me, but it's like, oh, what? Yeah, average American's attempt to go through a traffic circle. They're so unnecessarily confusing though. That was kind of my fault. I'll accept it. So this is going to be a good arena to either hunt from or to go. I said I would go hunting, but I didn't say from where. Now, they hit that on their own. That had nothing to do with me. I like sort of ran. Maybe it was somehow triggered by me inadvertently, but... Like that car doesn't have like a rear view mirror to it or something. You know, let's turn this into a challenge. Like, let's see how long we can last at the court center by fighting people. And again, I like Michael and Franklin's ability. I don't mind using those, but I feel bad for using Trevor's because this will slow down time. So that feels like, okay, that's fair. You can get away and do what you can, but you can still die within it. Trevor's is bullshit because it just makes you invincible, so you can cheese it, even though I still died with him potentially, but that's besides the point, right? I'm just looking at it objectively in and of itself that, yeah, once again, what is the point of this area? Oh, for that one story mission, and again, I don't want to seek out the cops, but there's nothing else to really do here if I don't. Or now I don't want to be in first person. That's kind of a good mix, right? Like, you do first person for vehicles, you do third person for on foot, or vice versa, I guess, potentially. I don't really like the first person for the shooting, though, for some reason. You know, because it feels kind of tacked on. It doesn't feel 100%. It's not bad, but it doesn't feel, obviously, entirely intended by the game. Where's the birds, bro? We need some nocturnal birds. I don't want to wait here for like 10 hours in-game time, which I don't know what time it even is. It is 3:25 in the morning. It should be lighting up soon. Yeah, like, see, I could just sit here and then fight the helicopters, and the fact that you can have this absurd, unrealistic amount of ammo is what's stupid. Like, where is Michael keeping all this shit? Which is always something you can ask in any game ever, but especially here, like, not the fact that I have these guns, like 10 different guns, but the fact that I have, you know, 9,000 ammo for, like, several, like, that's so stupid. And you might think, oh, then you'll run out over the course of fighting the cops, over if you fight them truly long enough, but then eventually you're going to have to start picking up their stuff, so that would be what makes it more difficult for you. But no, even in GTA 4, I think I complain about that. Like, oh, you can have like over 1,000 ammo for your pistol or something. It's like, again, on a realism standpoint, where is he putting all of that? But on another standpoint, it makes it stupid, because then you can just sit there forever and like cheese it, right? Because you have too much ammo, so it doesn't force you to come out or get more or do anything in like a long gunfight if you're fighting the cops. So here it's the same. This takes it even further. Like, oh, imagine having 1,000 rounds for your guns. Like, how would you be able to carry that? Why does that even make sense? But then you have Qing Dynasty love relative to the political changes in Europe. Yeah, we would have a good vantage point from here to potentially hunt some birds, assuming there even are any. Or that's almost close enough that you feel like you could shoot it down. Or I like how it has a sound scope to it too. Like, I can hear that because I'm looking at it. That's not how it works. Like, what kind of scope is that? Some auditory scope? That really doesn't even make any sense. This is the problem. If you're not fighting the cops, then what are you doing? Or, I guess... Oh, his reaction time was pretty good, actually. I mean, I guess all I was... Like, really, what did I even do? I'm walking around here, just exploring around, and the guard let me in without any issue. So it's like... Why did he try to come after me there? I wasn't doing anything. I'm even complaining. I love how the game answers me like that sometimes. Or I might just get away by just staying here because I'm so out of the way. But, like, what did I do to... It always makes you wonder, like, where do they come from, too? Like, I'm so out of the way. But, you know, I'm complaining, like, how I want to fight the cops, but I don't want to initiate it. So that guy at least came after me. So I'm somehow in a restricted area, even though they let me go here. And this should be, like, a tourist place that you can just go to. Like, why can't I just chill here? And I got away, like... So now I'm still not seeking it out. Ooh, let's try to do the little forest maze here. What's it called? A hedge maze, I think. I always think of one of my favorite movies ever when I see this, Sleuth, with Laurence Olivier, Michael Caine, the original from 1972, the same year The Godfather came out, which is partly why it's probably, why it's so underrated. But yeah, there's one of these in LA Noire too, I think. Rockstar is reusing content. Imagine if it's exactly the same. Like, oh, this is a reference to LA Noire, even though it's just a general thing that you can have. Like, there doesn't seem to be a clear endpoint that you're... Or maybe there is something like in the middle that you could find. Or maybe, I think I've already done this before. You'll get like some UFO part in here or some stupid murder note thing. So, unless we get some birds out here, I'm not going to be too happy about it. It's a pretty good vantage point, so you would expect that there's some value to it. Look how hard it is to not bump against walls, though, too. This is the kind of game that it has that sort of motion to it. That there's a lot of bumping into walls. Oh, look, I even predicted that. One of the few collectibles... Wait. Oh, did it seriously make me do that? It made me overwrite a save, even though I don't care about that one. It made me overwrite the save of that new file, even though I still have the one there. 3 out of 50 letter scraps. So see, that always gives me something to do. But that shows you how little there is to do in terms of... That's at least a cool use of it. Like, you know, it gives purpose to an area that I'm complaining constantly. Otherwise, none of these areas have any purpose at all. In fact, I'd rather they expand that. Give us like 100 other things like that to collect. Not just the letter scraps, not just the UFO parts, but like 100 other different objectives, so that every location on the map has something to collect. When I'm just going to a random building that you can't even enter into because none of the interiors are fleshed out. Right, like it would give some value to it. So maybe the guards will keep coming after me, but it was easy to get away because you're so out of the way, right? Like you'll start in a spot that, or yeah, this is hilarious. This is the one that was supposedly fell down. This is the one that fell down when you were fighting Merryweather, I guess, right? And it's still there. Like, imagine if everything, and they don't clean this shit up. Turn it into a melee fight. Don't bring a baton to a fist fight. Right now, maybe this time I do want it to play out, but you know, if they get to me, they get to me. But it doesn't seem like I'm in the red, right? Like flashing area, but where are the cops? They'll never find me. I mean, it's so stupid. I'd have to actually seek them out, which like I said, I don't really want to do. I'm just killing the guards because I'm just trying to chill here. But yeah, this game can sometimes be a little too like it's quantity over quality with how the combat works, which to an extent makes sense in this kind of thing because you can't really have traditional boss fights and stuff. But what you can do is you can look at it like see, there's like an auto motion thing here, like where he'll, yeah, see, he auto turned. I'm not doing that. I'm just hitting W and it's automatically doing that on the stairs. But I parked somewhere over here, which again, I do like how my car sticks around. So can we actually do some hunting of birds now or what? Can you imagine doing this like in real life? You would actually get in trouble for it. Like, oh, you can't just do this. Randomly run around in the wild and then, oh, I'm shooting birds, but oh, you need a hunting license or you need this or that. I don't know why it's so hard to find them here. Or again, it might be only certain times of day. Or I see, oh, I see some. Yeah, see, I even mentioned it. Or wait. I don't know, I just kind of want to use this as a vantage point. Even if it may attract attention, but oh no, I have a suppressor, so it should be nobody will notice, but it's still pretty loud. Like what is all that? Are those aren't birds. That's the same maze. See, at least we're making some sort of pseudo progress. In fact, what percentage would that show me if that counts towards the percentage, which it probably doesn't. It should actually, but 80.4 I was already at before. That's the wait, what does it say? Because yeah, we would only have like strangers and freaks type stuff to do from here. That you get this almost makes me want to play an MMO though with this mouse because like, oh, I can keybind all kind of shit to it. Right, just to kind of test those buttons on the side out. But no, the mouse itself doesn't seem all that special. Like just the movement. Maybe you need a mouse pad to, I guess I forgot about that. Or I had this really big one, but I don't know what I did with it. I have this huge one that like takes up the whole size of a fucking table. So it's not a mouse pad. It's like a, you know, you can put your keyboard on it too. You can put your whole computer on it. Like, there's just so much you could do with this. Like, you know what they should have done is almost do a DLC like Undead Nightmare or like Blood Dragon, like how you have with wait, I can't even zoom. Wait, what? Maybe it's something with the mouse. Maybe the mouse wheel doesn't work, but it does for this. What? You're gonna ruin my first kill of the day that I could have done. Oh, okay. I mean, that scope on that first one was shitty. What even is that, first of all? Imagine it was the same animal we saw the other way. But no, you gotta get like wild. Oh, it's like a cougar, actually. Shit. You get a pretty good sight of it too. Now, would this count for the whole wildlife photography? Like, it's so far away. It probably wouldn't. Let's save to gallery. Like, how close would we have to be to be able to do it? And would I have to like potentially get killed by it? Right, like I'll risk my own safety to take a picture of it. Or it would make you think like if I stun it with the taser. But the problem is that always counts like you're killing it. He's at such an angle now that I won't be able to find him either. I wanna hit it with the taser though, just to see like, oh no, that's animal abuse opposed to killing it. Like, or I love that just double standard. Like, oh, PETA will be mad if you kill an animal, but PETA will be mad if you kill an animal in a game or something like that. But then they're not mad if you kill hundreds of people, or even like the stimuli acme bases that I talk about. Oh no, there's nudity in this game. That makes it horrible. Also, you're killing hundreds of people. Oh, that's okay. Right? So it's okay to kill people, murder and violence. But, you know, I'm just saying the double standard. Like, pick a point of what you... This could be interesting because it could sneak up on me. I don't know where it went. The hunter becomes the hunted. I haven't killed one thing so far, aside from 2 people. They always make a very noticeable sound, though. Oh, look at him going in such a fixed path. He's leading to me to some sort of treasure. Oh, wait, this game doesn't have any, like, you know, the way that in Skyrim certain things like that would happen. Like, let's test the stealth system by me doing this. I want to get a clean shot of it, though. And I'm not talking about it with a bullet. I mean, like, with my camera. The problem with that is it's hard to even keep track of your thing. Like... It's like, oh, I have 17 out of 20 wildlife photos, but I don't know which ones, you know, I don't know which ones count for that. Or like which ones I've already gotten, so even if I knew what I'm looking for, although I guess 20 isn't so bad, so let's see how close we can get, but then it'll be too late. I'd almost be willing to die to it to just... Because they do one-shot you, like if he gets on you, you're done. He's keeps hiding in the grass though, like just wait a minute, dude. Gotta use the bathroom or some shit sometime. The most flattering time to take a picture of something. But yeah, it's an embarrassment that this game as a third-person shooter or even first-person shooter doesn't have a crouch button. It's an embarrassment that it doesn't have a stealth system, which that might not seem like a big deal, but all these kind of good functions that they had in previous games, like, you know, the stealth system San Andreas had, you could rob houses and stuff, or you could do vigilante missions in GTA 4 and stuff. Okay, he's stopped now, but I can't get a good angle on him. He doesn't know I'm here, though, somehow. This is pretty interesting to test out. Might be the best close shot I can get, but I can't really see him because of this stupid-ass grass. I mean, what the fuck? I don't know if this would count. I mean, it's a pretty clear shot, but it's just from behind, and it's also... Now, what's he gonna do? Just stand there forever? Like turn around or something, dude. That's the problem. I wouldn't even know if this is counting or not, because I could have already had it, or... That actually seems low then. So there's only 20 different kind of animals, or I don't know if you can kill it first and then take a picture, but that almost defeats the purpose. He's gonna move at some point, or let's actually observe his movement pattern. 15 out of 96. Does that mean what? I can only save 96 photos? That's kind of dumb. That could be a fun way to play it in an RP sense. Like, I want to take pictures of hundreds of things. Everywhere I go, everything I do, I want to take a picture of it. He's not giving me a very good opening here. He did detect me there, or maybe because I came out of stealth. So now, is he actually going to be dead, or... He's still alive, though. And see, I'm totally not torturing him. I'm trying not to kill him, but I want to see how... He can really tank these hits, though, compared to... He can tank this. If you do it to a human once, they keel over, then they get back up, and then they... I'm just trying to get you in the right position to take a picture of you. Fucking... I don't want to kill you. But you won't stop. Like, you don't learn your lesson, right? You can't teach an old cougar new tricks. Bro, I don't want to hurt you, but he's going to get me one of these times, too. He just doesn't die. He's invincible. So you can't actually kill an... Oh! Kind of deserved, I guess. You can't kill an animal with a taser, apparently. Or at least not a cougar. Maybe something else. You can hit him with that an infinite number of times. I'm trying to do a non-lethal pacifist hunting run, which is kind of oxymoronic, I guess. So I had a chance to have a shootout at the court center, but I somehow declined it. Trevor's the one who it makes the most sense. Yeah, let's take revenge on them then for that. Oh, wait, too bad. You can't go inside. Not just because, oh, they locked you out, but because, like, at least these kind of buildings that they show you conspicuously like this, you should be able to go inside. It's a shame that this game doesn't have enough interiors, like... Or yeah, that would be really annoying, too. Where is his vehicle? Like, he was just kind of going around randomly. Yeah, like look at him. His personal vehicle is out in the fucking middle of nowhere. Or that was a good rule I set for online, is like, I can't steal cars, so I have to always have my own car. And if not, then I have to go on foot and just deal with it. But no, it's like, you have, I can lengthen your penis. The thing is that... Yeah, there's no interiors, or yeah, that would be really annoying to follow that rule. Like, you have to follow the thing even in, isn't this what Devin Weston uses or something? You would have the ability to, like... I don't know. What was I saying? Just the... Oh, yeah, like, you can't jaywalk either. Like, you know, how RP intensive do you really want to make it? But there should be, like, some sort of good karmic system like that I was talking about. Where, you know, you get good karma for not breaking the law for X amount of time. Or you get bad karma for breaking the law. Right? Or you're just neutral. But either way, it's like a Paragon Renegade thing. And what it allows you to do is it allows you to basically... Let me test a number like this, which I think you can free dial. I forget how, but... Director mode. I don't think I've ever really used that before either. How do you do that?
You like black girl sugar? How about a date with me? Good. You were kind of freaking me out anyway. show is amazing.
Okay, sure.
Hi there! She is the worst casting director. Ugh, just stay away, okay? I just saw this guy that looked like he was a fucking clown. I have been an agent longer than she's been in casting. Seriously?
It's time for a beer.
Don't even go there. Oh, yes, that's super. I'm really excited. Yes, of course I'm excited.
Can I get a cab ASAP?
I'm sending one out right now.
Much obliged. Where can I take you? Grand Sonora. All right, let's hit the road.
Hello? Yeah, this is.
Sweetie! Call me this weekend. Hey there!
Hey, how are ya?
I mean, this is low even for you. What's wavy, baby? Holla at me.
I've been driving this cab for 7 years. The traffic just gets worse and worse.
Call me if you play tonight. Hey, what's going on, brother? fuck up!
I guess you're in a hurry. Pinche baboso, güey. Okay, buddy, there you go.
Okay, so today I'll do another episode of GTA 5, just kind of wandering around with no aim, and not just no aim because my aim sucks, haha, like in a literal sense, but like aimlessly because there's nothing to really do. I had done a little mini series on this, right, the 1 week that I was doing it, or it was almost like 2 weeks, where I went through the 5 different phases between exploring the single player, post story, open world, and exploring, trying to do another permadeath run, and I was just doing it to sort of introduce the formats, each one, and then even, I was trying to do it to do the online, do the RP, do the modding, right? So I tried each one at least one session. And so I think I only tried like one mod period. But the thing is that now I'm doing it almost again because I just don't know what else to do. Right? I want to try some delisted game sort of format where I go through the ones that are going to be delisted soon and things like that. On that one video, it suddenly exploded like last night. The first one I posted so far of this, so it actually did pretty well now, but people are complaining like it's too quiet somehow, which I think that's an issue I always have with my audio. Like I sort of overestimate with the desktop audio. Like I'm minus 25 now, so the in-game audio might be a lot less than what it should be normally, but I don't know. I feel like that's what I'm normally used to, but oh, here we go. We got to turn this off first of all. And then my mic keeps muting too. Like the end of the last session too. That's happened in like 2 of these sessions where the mic randomly suddenly mutes. But no, the thing is that yeah, it might seem that's kind of how I balance it. Like on headphones, when I'm listening back on headphones, it's pretty much okay. You can hear the in-game sound, even though it's a little quiet, but you can hear the in-game sound compared to my voice. But when you do this, when you do it on speakers, it's a little bit too quiet. The in-game sound, you can barely hear it, and then my voice is pretty much the same. So I don't know what it is about that makes that happen. Right, like where again on speakers it'll sound too loud or the in-game volume will be too quiet, but on headphones you can hear it just fine, and it balances a little better with my voice. So I don't know. Or people always make fun of that now too, like, oh, he's called one quiet gamer, but he's loud or he talks too much. But I mean, the point of it is to talk. The point is like it's just a name, but I used to be quieter with my voice and even talk less, and you know, you should have seen my old channel and stuff then. But the thing is, I just kind of wander around like this and there's nothing that I really want to do, but maybe I should do something more combat focused. But yeah, like in classic open world style, what I love to do is I love to kind of let the action come to you or let something happen organically on its own. So if I do that, then what happens is I'll be paranoid and I'll have to keep checking whether it muted itself or not, which I don't know how, like, I don't know how that keeps happening. Right? It's happened at least twice so far. Like you want to just wander around and do something else and then let something happen on its own that may or may not be combat intensive. So here it's like, oh, I want to shoot the birds, let's say. In fact, let's imitate what they did in the story, assuming that won't attract the cops or something. We'll go to the hotel here and then shoot the birds maybe from there. That's what I was trying to do actually with Michael the last time, and then it was nighttime, so maybe you couldn't do it. Or imagine if there was like a dynamic detective element in the game, like where, like, pretend getting caught by the cops is a much bigger deal, and I wonder if this would be like one of the ones for the wildlife photography. One of them could be a cat. One of them could be a rat. That's not a very good shot, honestly, but if I move an inch, it'll run away. Or maybe not. That stupid-ass grass will ruin my whole run here. Or he's kind of stuck and bugged out anyway. There have been a lot of bugs that we've observed here. Okay, you can't get a clearer, better shot of that than that. Like, that is the best shot you've ever seen. And it may be that he would run away normally, but you know, he could just be stuck there. We could also get one of a rat. I'm not even doing this to shoot the stuff that you did shoot before. But yeah, it could be that my balancing is a bit off, which I'm surprised by. See, you never notice these things because you know, you're not a big creator, so it doesn't matter. Like, whoever's used to watching you just watches, and like nobody really cares. Or I don't know, it doesn't stand out. Like, even when my thing gets muted, right, nobody notices because nobody's here in the first place. But also, like with that, you have you have I thought you could get up to the roof, but I don't know how. The fuck? I swear, you shoot the shit from the roof. There must be some secret pathway out there. My point is that you'd be in a position where
Tú eres un manico, man. For real.
you'd be in a position where you'd basically, oh wow. Yeah, you might not notice stuff like that, so maybe I should change it, but I don't really know. I've already done so many episodes like this at this volume, so maybe the game sound of the game too is just generally pretty quiet. Like, so let's try to do it with the suppressor, assuming I even have that. 9. Again, I'd be doing it to more so shoot birds or something like that, and then if the cops don't like it, we can just deal with it. Or it could be that other side there. I was trying to even recreate something from the story, but now they're not even letting me. Oh, it's that part because the top's broken down. How convenient. So there isn't normally a path to get up to the roof at all. Red John's worst nightmare from The Mentalist, am I right? Spoilers, I guess, but it was such a stupid outcome anyway. What? What? I got the jump on him and everything too. See, this can be fun in and of itself. It's like a little mini game, practice your aim. That's what I mean in my title when I say playing with no aim. But no, I rehashed some of my best takes in there, again, which I said in the online video too, where I did the retrospective on online. What I did was I kind of fun trying to gauge the distance though. It's like a little tricky. It's just like light delay. No, I don't know. I thought I had got that exact same motion before, but yeah, like the two things. There should have been the final mission in the single player should have been the Don Percival heist, like where you go, and it's just something I made up, which maybe there's something similar online now, but I said this like way back in 2015 or maybe even before. Don Percival heist, where you go, you intercept a military vehicle, you interrogate somebody, you go to the military base. This is all the heist prep. You steal a tank, you steal a jet. Michael steals some little device that can disable their alarms or something, right? Some technology of theirs. Then you go to the Merryweather base, you go to the Merryweather base out at sea, like a battleship, and then Trevor comes in in a jet and has a little hook on it, like they do with the aircraft carriers, right? And then drops Franklin's tank onto the battleship, and then Franklin's fighting other tanks and stuff on the ground, on the ship. Obviously, Trevor's in the air having a dogfight. And Michael's disabling some generators and shields and alarms and whatever, right, to be able to do everything on foot. And then it culminates in you killing Don Percival, and he's like the final boss of the game, who's been behind Merryweather the whole time. So it kind of, that would have been the badass thing there. So that's one really good take that I had for a long time, obviously in the past. And then the other one is that this one's not even trying to run away. Don't you see your dead brethren over there? The other one was the fact that, oh yeah, my theory about what the other missions should be in the game, like dynamic, repeatable missions. There should be these little cuts out, like in San Andreas, the gang wars for Franklin. So Franklin would always, like, you take over this territory, and this one's taken over by the Vagos or something, and this one's yellow and green and different colors, right? And then every once in a while, yours will get attacked, so you have to go and defend it. you can try to take over the other ones, and then they'll keep getting, you know, back and forth balance of power. So that would always give you something dynamic to do with the gang wars, gang fights like you had in San Andreas. Then Michael could have a vigilante mission system like in GTA 4, where you get in a cop car and you can do the gang activity that way and try to roleplay as a cop. Right, that would suit sort of Michael for the repeatable part, and then Trevor already has some of that. Like with the air trafficking, kind of, it's suitable, but I almost feel bad for killing it when it's just sitting there. This might be the best chance you ever get to get a picture of it. Like, they never sit like this, or at least not when you're this close to it, or especially not when there's a dead body right next to it. Like, look at this. This is Trevor's morbid kind of style. Look at this. He just doesn't give a shit. Some pigeons just want to watch the world burn over here. If it was anybody besides Trevor, I might feel bad about doing that. This is all I'm going to do the whole episode too, because I don't even know what to do. But unless the cops object, they don't seem to even give a shit in this part of the world. This isn't even like in the wild the way I did with Michael. This is like literally just in town. I'm kind of using the spot that, or maybe they make you do this too, but this is kind of like the spot that they show you in the story with Cletus, like, oh, shoot the little rats and stuff. I can't remember if you shoot birds then, but you might. I think he makes you shoot all kind of different stuff, so. Well, that's one there, and then you get to get that one. This is kind of cool, but there's no sense of real purpose to it. You're just doing it for the heck of it, which this isn't something you would think, oh, this might be something Trevor would do, but I characterize it more with Michael. I don't think Trevor would actually do this. I think that Michael would do it because he has that pseudo ego, you know, he has like that weird pretense nature to him. Like, he wants to kill and he wants to do kind of use his guns and stuff, but he doesn't want to be a criminal necessarily. So he wants to do it in a way that, oh, look, I'm a man of leisure and I'm a man of sport and I'm killing some pigeon, you know, I'm going hunting. So he wants some sort of pretense for his other desires, whereas Trevor doesn't care. He just wants to actually kill people or cause more mayhem and more destruction, right? He's like the typical, how they think the player is in these games, like where you go out on your own and cause mayhem and trouble. I've actually been pretty disciplined about not playing it like that, though. But how? See, that one I'm just shooting right dead on and it works, but sometimes you have to lead it a little bit. Like that one gun you get from Madrazo, right, where you shoot the one guy down. That one you have to lead it a bit. Yeah, I guess this you can be a bit more dead on than what I thought. Look at that one without basically no scope. Who's even saying that? Somebody's asking for $1 or $2. Yeah, all the ammo that I'm wasting that would be worth more than your $1 or $2. Yes, the pretenses of modern society where you have, you know, people want to act all gratified, but they really don't give a shit. Right, like amalgam theory that I talk about, absolutist concept, the idea that, you know, somebody could be starving halfway across the world, but you don't really care. You don't really care about their life or human life in general. You would have 3 meals a day and be fine with it. So that would be the absolutist consistency. At least, like, that's fine if you're fine with it, but don't pretend like, you know, that's why you need some gratification to, it's just an egotism thing, right? You're not really genuine with that, or you wouldn't pretend to care is the point. Especially in the modern world where you have such constant awareness of everything, or you would have such a sense of whatever, knowing what, like, this could just be a just chatting type of thing. Like, if you could fish, that should be another pastime you can do as Michael. You can do fishing. They should have added a crouch button. Obviously, they should have had limb damage. They should have had something like, they should have had limb damage. They should have had fishing. They should have had a stealth system, crouch button, right? All these basic mechanics that, again, not that they would be the focal point of the game, but they would be a nice little bonus when you have a game that's already kind of, you know, it's going to be driving and shooting, and we get it, and that's fine, but add a little more depth to it that way. And they sort of flirt with the idea of a stealth system too. Like, there's a few missions that sort of show you doing it, like you knock out the gardener at Michael's house, or you you do some other thing, like
I ain't got no problems with you, man.
you do it in such a way that that spot is just blessed for them, I guess. You would even like with Dave Norton, right? You go inside the lab, I forget what it's called, humane labs or whatever, and then you're kind of sneaking around and you're in your little wetsuit, right? That should be a mechanic you should have been able to do over and over. But oh wait, you can probably do it online. See, that's not even good for sport though. You're killing one that's just point blank range, but I don't know why it's just sitting there. I'm role playing as Red John. This is my phobia. Spoilers for the mentalist, but that's just a lazy bit of writing. I don't know, like how such a major, amazing villain is defeated in a way that's like super underwhelming and undeserved and almost as bad as Light Yagami. But at least with Light Yagami, they qualify it like, oh, he's beaten by two characters together, like Mello and Nier, that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do. Talk about a new filler category. I guess we can just do this sort of thing the whole time, but I wouldn't mind getting in like a big fight and seeing how long I can last, but like a 6-star type thing. But you could just find like a funnel point to hide at, right? That's the thing. Like a dead end on every side besides one, and they have to come at you from one way. That would be all you would have to do, right? And so it's a little, I don't know, just let me find a spot like that. But then again, I don't still want to initiate a fight. But that makes it kind of boring too. Like you want to run around, you want to see different environments, but we need like and this area might be the worst kind of thing for that actually, but just a one way in like this. Yeah, this could totally be it. The problem is, you know what, dude? Did I steal something, or this could be the perfect one? The problem is the vantage point isn't the best because like, but whatever, this might be the best that you can do. You know where they're coming from. Keep out. So now I basically want them to call the cops on me, but I can't do anything to make it happen. Right, I'm not gonna break RP of just like, oh, I'm just doing my own thing. But I'm surprised they didn't come after me for shooting all those ducks. And I'm also, I don't know. Oh yeah, there could be the ambulance missions where you have to keep picking people up who are dead or sick or whatever, injured, and hospital missions. Or wait, I mean, fire truck missions too. Right, those could be you go in any kind of vehicle. Like there's the taxi ones. You would have tow truck missions, but not vigilante missions or something else. Like, you know, I ended up rehashing basically every point that I made and the other thing anyway. This is at least something legitimate. Like, okay, I'm not doing it for no reason.
Let's empty that register now.
Right, like I'm actually doing an activity that might get me in trouble, but it's a good justification. Like I'm not just doing it for no reason. I kind of want to do it to the barbershop too. I don't know what'll happen with that. They take so long to do this.
Parents can't stand you.
And then I won't even kill the guy.
Taking all the money. Piece of shit.
Let's try to get the barber too. You're really gonna do that? If you're gonna do that, then you better not miss.
Back off, wacko.
I think I hear sirens. I can't serve you.
How do you know the sirens are for me though? Like you're judging, you're stereotyping. So it was somewhere around the way here. Let's try to get 6 stars and see how long I can last, which I've tried to do maybe a couple times. Best place to get a wanted level 2, right by the police station. So you have my body armor. As much as I make fun of the regenerating health, it doesn't do you any favors this way. Like when you're doing this, it helps you a lot in the story, but it doesn't really matter as much here. So we'll negate the helicopters too by doing this. Right, we'll negate the helicopters by going in here. I think it's right here. I guess the one thing that would be better if it was like a longer hallway and like you could do it from the end of a hallway, then it would be good. But the problem is now they'll be right in front of me and hit me as soon as I, you know, like, okay, I'll take cover here. And it's like, this actually would work though pretty well. But the problem is if they rush in, which is always a principle like in fictional stories. Like, oh, why do they wait and attack the hero one at a time, like in a fist fight, like the Batman Arkham style, or even in the movies and stuff, right? So it's the same thing here. If you just rush me, you'll have a better chance than if you stand out there one by one. I'm just one guy. Yeah, some of you might die in the process. And see, even here, you could do it like this, just blind fire them. So it depends how aggressive they really get and how much they really rush me. See, that's the dead zone position if they get in there. So my body armor's almost gone. But see, there's no point in the story where you would ever have to do this much shit. But this might be one of the, how is he even getting at this angle? This is one of the best spots, but again, if it just went further back a little bit, right? If it was a little bigger of a garage, I could deal with it. Like, what is this even for? Those were fine. Oh, look at the, I even said the helicopters won't be an issue, but look at that. That guy's clutch. He gets in an angle that I can't even question. And I'd love it if that would kill one of the other cops and cops' cars and stuff too. Now, I do also have Trevor's special ability. I don't like how I'm getting hit here, though. That seems almost impossible. Like, this angle of cover is not very favorable. Like, what is that, dude? I was trying... Look at this clown driving through, too. The angle of the cover here makes no sense because it's like... I'll just do that to regenerate health. So you're literally invincible unless you, you know, overcommit. So the blind fire will carry you a ways too, and we have so many different weapons. I could do this forever. Try to, you know, blow up some of the cars, but I don't even feel like it yet. So this is the one part I don't like, and the reason why I don't like it is because, again, they're still hitting me. I'm in cover, but they're still hitting me because the angle is such that this side can be very... Let's just blow that thing up. What is it? Look how quickly look how quickly you go from 100 to 0 though. That's insane. But the good thing is you can't even die here, which is again completely way better than Michael's ability or anything else. It gets really hard actually at a certain point. You poke your head out for like a millisecond, like I'm already dead. As much as you can abuse the regenerating health, like the problem is if they're still hitting me in this, I'm still gonna die. Look at this. Look at this. I'm in cover and I'm still going to die. Or you need that sort of window to recover. Look at that. This is not a very good piece of cover as much as this is a good location for it. Yeah, see, that guy could end me right there, too. The way that they... You got to get these before they fall down. Otherwise, they can be dangerous as hell. You can keep using the special ability mainly just to recover health. Right, when you get sort of overwhelmed, you can keep lining them up. I'll keep knocking them down from the little stupid SWAT guys. You know, you need a little window here. It almost should be that your health doesn't regenerate while you're in this mode, but I found a pretty good spot here. I just think the problematic thing is that you gotta blind fire maybe a little more. I just love how they're still able to hit me here, though. That's insane. That's really impressive. A player, I could understand doing that. It's hard for me to believe that an AI could do this, where they'd really be hitting you at exactly the right angle that they need to be hitting you at. You know, like that guy actually survived too. You would think this would help my aim improve too, but I can't really promise that. Let's see how far they really take this too. Look at how they're hitting me. Like, their accuracy is actually pretty good, man. And of course, you have way more ammo than you could ever ask for. So yeah, I mean, doing it with Trevor is a little bit of taking the piss because his ability is just too cheese. I probably already would have died with Michael or Franklin. You know, at least Michael's helps you a little bit because you slow time, but you can still die within it, and it's not as perfect as this. Oh my god. Yeah, they can take you 100 to 0 pretty quick, I'll admit. Right, so I'm using this mainly to regenerate health. Oh, that's a bad spot to allow him to be in. Trying to rely on the blind fire, but I can't quite get it to work. Like, look, I'm in cover, man. I'm trying to abuse cover, and it's just... You need, like, maybe a more central position so you're not getting hit so hard from one side, or what? This guy's doing pretty good on the wall here. He just... You should sit there and, you know... Nothing I can do about it. Unbelievable. He's still there. He's still there. Look at this guy, the MVP of the whole fucking game. Yeah, think about this in a realistic situation. Even if somebody was this good to be able to do this in real life or just bulletproof or whatever, wouldn't you just rather wouldn't you just rather rush him once and you would get him, even if, right, that would work on me, like right now. You could just rush me and there's nothing I can do. Oh, now comes in the problem where you can't get the special ability back. That's not good. Or what? Did I run out of? Oh, wow. Like I ran out of, because you have to still keep getting killed, or you should save like an explosion for that. But no, that location is pretty good. Again, if it just went back a little further, I feel like I could justify it, but like really, like let me try that again, assuming I can aggro the cops. Can I not just last forever? There's got to be a location just like that, which again, I don't like that, but maybe you could even do it in your own house. Like, but again, even there, I didn't seek it out because I robbed a store. Well, I guess you could say it's seeking it out, but you're doing something. I'm not just killing people just to kill them, right? I'm doing something contextually based to, oh, I lost my Infernus too, and my other car. So I almost want to do it in my house here, believe it or not. What could I do that could possibly aggro the cops? I could, like, find a store and do it, but I could call the cops and make them witness something. Or there is a cop already there. I could try to intervene. He almost just hit me, too. What is this cop doing? Holy shit. He almost hit me, then he ran over some people for no reason. The road's empty. He's not even doing that with a sense of purpose. I'm going to take out this rogue renegade cop. That'll be my revenge. Or yeah, even in the subway, that could be a good... You got to always just know one direction that they're coming from.
A little respect, homie.
I love this like aura that I have around me that is so... Look at Michael's aura. You can just be generally around them and they'll freak out like that. So again, I would want to aggro the cops in a way that what is she wearing on that? He just drops her coffee. Everybody's always so put off. Like, I'm not even doing anything.
Call me this weekend.
Pervert stare. So what we can do is we can...
I got cast in a sneaky footwear commercial.
So I'm not antagonizing the cop. I'm trying to get a little coffee thing here. How about that? Which you can't even do, apparently. It's so tempting. Like, what could I do here? Can I steal something? Can I do something wrong that would actually piss him off? Like, I don't want to do it for no reason, though. There should always be something like that that you can get out of it. But this would even be good because you could hide here and do the thing. You keep using this to heal, which would be a little cheese, but... It's like I want to have a shootout, but again, I'm not going to do it unless I can RP it. Which, again, just means, like, there has to be some reason to do it. I have to rob something. I have to do a mechanic actually in the game. Which, if it let you do something like that here, I totally would. Or even going into here. Or see, it even has that sound thing that it indicates on the bottom, but it doesn't matter because there is no correct stealth system in the game. Yeah, I have so much respect for this game, but I'm disappointed by the fact that it's so, like... Well, first I should try to find a spot, but then again, I can't really do it. Like, I can't just aggro the cops. There's nothing I can do. Entrance, which you can't even go in there. This is, again, it can't be a wide open area like this. You could maybe be on the roof of a building. Like, all they could do then is hit you with a helicopter. The only thing I can think of is actually trying to rob a store, which a lot of them you can't really even do.
Sex offender or something?
Are you a sex offender? So maybe I can rob the Life Invader offices, which here you can actually go in. One of the few interiors, because you can go into it in a mission, or that would, oh wow, that would be the ultimate cuck. I was just gonna say too, and it's true, that imagine they have the few interiors in the game that there actually are, you can only go into when you know, when you're doing a mission. Then you can't go into them even freely outside of that. Like, why not let me go in there? I'm not even saying make an interior out of it. I'm saying when there's already an interior, you're going to make me lose it, except when I'm in the mission. Like the same thing with some of those mechanics, like mopping. I should be able to do that same mopping mechanic in my house if I want to, or I should be able to do the same thing moving the cranes at the docks, like with Trevor. That sort of mechanic I should be able to do freely and buy like a piece of the dock or something. So I try not to steal cars, and I try not to instigate anything for no reason, unless there's a mechanic to go along with it in such a way that I'm trying to find the perfect spot to have a shootout, even though that was kind of disappointing too. Like that's the perfect spot. You have the perfect character, overpowered ability. It's actually really hard to do. I mean, imagine doing it in motion, which maybe that could make it easier if you're constantly moving around, but that is a good challenge element. And technically, they should let me through because I'm a big director myself. Like, bro, I'm Michael DeSanta, whatever the fuck his name is. Bro, I'm a producer. Like, maybe I have to. Fine, I'll break into here. Or he doesn't give a shit. This would be a cool place to have a shootout too. I think I've had some before. Michael's like me. He loves movies and whatever. Always want to make one. Meltdown. Deep Inside, stage 15. So I'm not going to do it for no reason still, but I guess nobody cares again, whether it's on account of me being Michael, but he wouldn't let me in like that, or whether it's on account of some, or now they'll get me when I'm going out. Like, oh no, you can't be here, even though, like, they'll register it the wrong way. You could try to rob the clothing store or something. I don't know. Which I don't know if it even lets you do that. I think I tried doing that with Franklin, but again, it's almost a weird, insidious design choice. Like, oh, it'll make you want to kill people and kill the cops because there's nothing else to do. So it's boring if you don't, because everything else is mundane. It's like an analogy to real life or something. Like, oh, well, not really real life, but like, oh, you could do tennis or you could kill people. So it's like making you feel like the character. The real fun is doing something more action-packed versus just doing some mundane things like that. Yeah, this could be perfect, actually. Parking garage. I love this. Anywhere that has cover from the helicopters up above, anywhere that gives you a long hallway sort of to take cover at the end of, anywhere that you can kind of predict where they're coming from, or it can only be from one direction, or in this case at least it's a little belaborious. Right, that seems like a great spot. So if I go to the clothing store and I try to rob it, I don't think you can, though, is the problem. You might think, oh, you know, what other uses for these locations are there? Like, oh, wait, nothing ever, right? There's never any mission that'll take you to a lot of these. There's never anything to do there. There's only the idea that your life is a movie and it sucks.
Welcome to the most exciting store in the whole world. Pardon me. Today's been tough, as if you can't tell from my face.
As you can't tell by my face. Is there something I can do? Oh, now we're getting a copyright music from in here too. Come on. Come on, you should at least let me rob it. Like if I kill, I don't know. It's so perfect. It was the perfect setup, I guess you could say, for... But no, even when I try to avoid the copyright music. I'm simulating like I'm robbing the place. But there's nothing I actually rob, so I feel... That's lame. They should let you do that with other stores besides just the... Or you know what I should almost do is like a weapon upgrade thing. Like when I have 1 star, I'll use the pistol. And then when I have 2 stars, I'll keep rotate... Well, you're not going to have enough ammo with all these all the time, but... You know, forget it. We're already up to 3 stars. Yeah, let's use this parking garage, and... It's a lot harder than actually what I thought, but... You know, if you just... You're never going to be able to stop yourself from losing health, like, period. Or maybe you just get such a vantage point. Like, that one with Trevor almost worked, too. I love this bulletproof grass. There's so many things in games that are like bulletproof or ability proof. Like, wow, you have this fireball that can do like 1,000,000 damage to a dragon, but you can't... I don't know. You know, this would be kind of good because they can only come from this direction or maybe somehow from behind, but I almost don't trust that they'll do that. So like this could be the perfect spot because think about now where they could hit me from, and they can't even find me here, number one. They'll come like, you know, ducks in a line, like lambs to the slaughter. They could potentially hit me from the thing there. So I don't mind using the special ability here. In fact, I especially like using the special ability here. With respect to, you know, at least I can still take damage. Or, I mean, you can still take damage, I think, as Trevor, but you can't die. Right, you're just invincible. Yeah, you could just sit on this spot. The helicopters could maybe encroach a little bit, but it's such an awkward angle for them. Right, that this might be one of the better... Now, some of the cars might come in from behind me, depending how they're scripted to do this. That would be the problem if you're getting surrounded. Look how they have such a hard time even getting here. This is the #1 mistake that I always make when they move. Or it's such a bad spot for them that they can't even find me. I'm even trying to keep their attention here. I can obviously keep climbing up and stuff, but I just want them to keep coming. And again, get a 6 star, see how long I can last with it. I don't know if that only goes up or if you could come in from there. Even though it's a suppressed gun that they maybe shouldn't be able to hear. But no, they were coming in like ducks in a line there. Or I mean, they could come from here too. I love that. I'm even trying to shoot to get their attention, but no, I could go to a higher elevation of it too. Oh, now here they are. So they sent the SWAT in, but they couldn't even find me. They were just standing there clueless. Yeah, this maybe I invited the wrong angle here. That person was collateral damage. Okay, we got to keep on top of this, though. This is... See, look at this, dude. This is problematic because you have a situation where... I wonder if this is, like, faster or slower than Max Payne's time. Now, they stopped coming from that side. They're kind of dumb. What the fuck? What happened? Like my mouse disconnected or something. There's like some Windows sound there. They got so freaked out by the guy creeping up on me. Okay. It's better not to cancel that mid movement. Now they could come from both sides here is the point. But... Oh, you gotta get him good here. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, this is pretty hard, actually. I was sort of underestimating it a bit, but... The whole thing is you kind of get some of your shit back even from doing that, right? Or... I wasn't getting it back from as Trevor at the end, though. They're coming through there, but they have like sort of a scripted movement. That one guy snuck up on me real good though. You gotta always get a couple kills even. Maybe save an explosion for that. They're not smart enough to come from both sides, or they kind of maybe are alternating now. See how they came from there for a while? Now they're coming from here. Where did that shot even come from? Somebody's out of ammo, but they're not even anywhere near me. Like, what are they using it on then? Yeah, being able to take cover. Oh, how are they? Oh, I guess a helicopter's dropping them on top, too. Oh, now if they're coming from both sides, that'll be a nightmare. It's not as good of a spot as I thought because of that possibility, right? That they could come from either way. Or maybe the fact that I moved over there is what made them come that way. Now they'll only come from one way at a time. I mean, this is the action that you would want, like... Yeah, loser is really going to work against a guy who's just killed like 100 cops. They're going to sneak in here some other way, and I'm not going to like it. Yeah, I see all those blue dots, but where are they? They're like above me, or they're... That one guy just ran up on me. Like, that's always the scariest moment. You can even hear them, but they can't. They really seem to have trouble getting in here and finding you. But no, some of them are being airdropped on the roof and then coming down to get me. Look at that. This is a golden spot. I literally have to go out to find them. He got away, but... Top 10 baits, greatest baits in gaming history. Like, are you serious with that? Exactly as planned. He got away by staying in exactly the same spot that he was in the whole... See, that's just me being a good sport. Like, come on. That's in poor taste. But look how quickly you go 100 to 0. That's actually scary. Like, how? How is that even possible? I guess you're going from 50 to 0 because you're... I don't know. I could have just stayed there, but then I didn't want to get away either. So, oh, I'm trying to be honorable and maintain my wanted level by going out. And it's like... Right, like I want to... I like having sometimes these shootouts in your houses, which I think you can do. Now, what can Franklin do here? Let me try to rob a store, which would be hard to even find exactly where we want to go. Like an actual store, not a fucking, you know... Now here, your driving ability won't even help. So, like... Wow, even with that, your driving ability won't even help from the perspective that, like in the middle of combat, unless I'm trying to get away more so. Right, which is maybe to indicate somehow Franklin's not a man of conflict, if you will. Like, Trevor will seek it out, which is why he can survive and make it a bloodbath, rampage kind of ability. Franklin will just run away from it and avoid it. And Michael will deal with it if he has to, but he doesn't want to. Like, only if it, you know, the issue comes about. So, that is really dumb because I don't know where I'm even going to go to get this now. So that we found a good spot with Trevor. I don't like this idea of just staying in the same place and camping the whole time, but it ends up being the only way that you can do it because, you know, you're in a position to basically whatever. I just want to find something to, first of all, instigate the cops in a kind of organic way. And then I also want to find something that would allow me to... you know, like a good place to hide out from them too. So I end up going way too far here. And I assume at the end of this I'm going to die, so I won't even have to bother coming back to his place, but Yeah, this is always fun to do in some manner, but let me actually do a jump. I don't care. Didn't it look like some blood came off the bottom of like my tire there? Maybe like it expected that from that range I would have gotten hit, but since I'm using the ability, or it could just look like that because of the streak of it there a little bit. You see, in real life, what would make you feel secure about that not making you fall off? Like how, I don't know. Like because he's so good at driving, he can just magically stay on this thing all he wants. You know, doing it out in the wild like this can be good, but I think the one problem that I ran into there was that I really didn't think that would be an issue. I'm even making fun of how so maybe those are the lives we get. Like, let me try to do one online too. Unironically, I'll actually try to do that. Let me do a shootout with the cops online and see how high I can get it, and I'll piss off the whole lobby because it'll, you know, just by making them on alert, now it'll make other people have to suffer that. Like we do, oh, I can't do it because of that, I guess. Maybe if let me test that actually. If I start the game in online, will it let me do it without activating the chaos mod? Like, will it be smart enough to know that, or do I have to like delete it from my computer every single time? Because that would seem inconvenient because I already deactivated it in such a way that, like, see, even when you go to launch it, it lets you choose that. You don't even have to go in the menu to do it. It's called Legacy Edition, game already running. Major update, preload, GTA 5. Upcoming, I assume I must have already done it. Right, I don't really know. I don't remember downloading anything though. Like, and I doubt it would let you play without updating it, so I don't even know how that works. Let's see if that'll get me kicked out. The fact that, oh, I have chaos mod on, even though, right, like I'm not really choosing to do it that way. No, that's actually a lot harder than I gave it credit for. I would have never thought that. I don't know, I guess I didn't maybe try to do it that much in this game, but there is a sense, because you have regenerating health and all these other resources, that it can be very, you know, you can get killed very quickly. I step out for like 1 millisecond just to maintain my wanted level, just so that they don't go away. Entering online, so it's not stopping me from doing it. So that's what I want to do here is like I'll go rob a shop. I'll rob a store, get the cops on me, then find a spot to hide. Maybe within the shop itself could work, actually. Right, I did pretty well. I mean, I got to do it where I genuinely try to last as long as I can, which could be forever. Like, what can I quick save in the middle of it? All right. I mean, this is where you just get pissed about this. Like, I'm not really trying to do that, but... Oh, man. Why they make it like this? So now I gotta uninstall the chaos mod, which I don't even know how to do because I tried doing it before. And I'll just try to... Like, I put it in the recycle bin, but it was still working, so I don't understand. Right, how... It's so... This is what I hate about stuff like modding. It should have the common sense to know that you don't want it to be so pervasive, like if you want to try to use it. But, so like, okay, well, delete chaos mod here. Which is, where is it? There's a chaos mod ASI is the only thing that I can see. It's open in GTA 5, even though GTA 5 is closed. So now I'll have to, I mean, it's just always a... Holy shit, man. Yeah, it won't even close now. Unsaved data may be lost, but I mean, I don't know what to tell you then. Fine. I don't know why it's doing this. What I would like to do is just delete this stupid mod, even though it wasn't bad. It's just, okay, so I deleted the ASI. Now, will that free me of doing this? I like how clear they are with that, though. Right, at least Rockstar is very aware, so that it just tells you in a very blunt fashion. Right, it's very clear. It doesn't just have some random error that you might have to guess, is that because of this mod or that mod? I guess the way it could be more clear is like telling you which mod, like, oh, this mod's okay, or this one just doesn't work. I mean, that would be the assumption that it wouldn't work, period, right? But then there'll be some sort of bypass. Like, it's not so much that the mod should stop you from playing online, it's just that the mod wouldn't work online, obviously. Right, the fact that, oh, there's going to be whales falling from the sky and all these kind of random events. It's like, that could just not happen. And it, you know, it wouldn't affect other people then either. That wouldn't even make sense. But there are all kind of hacks. I remember seeing somebody hacking too, like they were just throwing money around everywhere, like infinite amounts of money. But I didn't take it, of course, because I mean, I don't even like stuff like that where you get it. It's probably gonna do it again, isn't it? That would piss me off so much. Like, I don't even have it on my computer. Like, I literally deleted it off completely, even though the one time I put it in the recycle bin, but it still was working. Oscar Guzman. Oh man. Oh man. I had one mod and man. I had one mod and one mod only. Ever in the game, and this is what I got for it. You know what I mean? So I honestly don't know how to get rid of it. I mean, I'll have to figure out which files did I really get with it, and that's really upsetting. Like, I'll have to do a reinstall or something just to make this work. Because I was even looking that up before, like how to uninstall Chaos Mod GTA 5. Is pretty much impossible to do, so...
Hey, what is up everybody? Hope y'all having a beautiful day. My name is PineQ. In today's video, I'm gonna show you guys how you can actually remove the Chaos Mod without losing the file. So you can actually remove it, and whenever you want to add it back to your game, you can do so easily and conveniently without have to reinstall the old Chaos Mod from the modded GTA 5 mod website. You can just remove it and just put it back as soon as you're finished doing whatever you're doing. Let's say you want to do missions and stuff. It's gonna be really hard to do missions.
Really long intro. This guy filibusters more than me. Come on.
And show you guys how you can actually do that. So first up, we want to exit our game, obviously. Okay, so once you exit GTA 5, let's go ahead and we're gonna find our GTA mod folder. So let's go ahead, and I have mine stored in here. It's on my E drive, my second hard drive. I got it right here in Steam library. And
there's a Steam library, as if I should have to do this. So I deleted the ASI.
Now you will need to remove two stuff right here for it to stop working. Actually, I tried to remove just the Chaos mod here and actually try to rename it and stuff, and it did not work. When I jumped into the game, it still launched up the Chaos mod and stuff.
You need the ASI and that. Maybe that's what I forgot. Was the folder, but I thought I didn't see the folder. It's very hard to get this to close too now. It doesn't want to. Oh my god. And you can never complain when something is free and when something is fan made, but it just does. It shows like a lack of awareness. You would think it'd be pretty seamless, right? I don't know. Like, they'd be aware that this would be something, so you can just turn it off, or you need like some sort of mod manager, I guess, that I just don't have. Yeah, I don't even have the folder. Like, I don't know where it is then. Script hook. I mean, none of this is... That is so weird. Yeah, it's not even in there, so I might just have to do a clean install of the game. Like, it must be somewhere else that I'm just not aware of, so... That's too bad. But no, today's theme was trying to get the 6 star, 666, with all the characters and seeing how long that would last. Look how that just kind of takes over your whole experience. Like, you just, by simply installing one mod, now it ruins that. Now I have to uninstall that. That still didn't work. You know, it just, this is the one thing I tend to not like, but I get it. Let me check that guy's fucking video again.
Hey, what is up everybody? A mod folder. So let's,
I don't know where I had put it if not in there. I thought I had put it in there, but ASI
the folder just like this. So we got them both here.
Chaos mod. I really don't know where I put that. Or again, it works even without that, which is pretty remarkable. Right, it somehow works even when you have it deleted. It just won't go away. That's too bad. I wanted to do it. Right, I don't think I've done that too often in online, and of course the crux with that is you wouldn't have any of the abilities to lean on either. So that's really bizarre too. It won't let me quit out. What the fuck, man? So I guess I could just reinstall the whole game. I don't know what to tell you. It just won't go away. It's ridiculous.
Hey, what is up, everybody?
How to delete a mod? Go to Open IV. What if you don't have Open? Delete it from the game folder. They leave some files behind that you can't really delete easily. Download the GTA 5 removal tool from 5 mods. Okay, fine. Like, as if you should have to do all this, but that's so dumb, dude. I download one mod in my whole life just to try it, just so I can say I modded something before. And this is what I got. Yeah, this isn't even meant to be a series I'm still doing now. I just kind of was doing it on a whim. Let's get rid of GTA 5 here. I have to use Control Alt Delete over here. I can't even find it now. This is why having channel art like this is important for moments like this, so you can appreciate that while I fuck around. Okay, let's just try to do one big shootout, and here I don't mind using the map and stuff, so I can just go and get myself in trouble here and potentially piss people off. So mod remove tool, which is odd that we need this, but for one and only mod that we have. But it seems that this is your first start of this tool. And it says it with SEAMS. Tool only works in installation path was selected. Is this going to be some sort of virus? Because the way it said that was kind of concerning. But no, I have to go through all this just to do it because it's so user unfriendly. That would be a red flag that it's a virus, but I'll still do it. Do I have to go in the folder itself or where? First start of the tool only works when installation path. Okay, I thought I just did that. Like, all detected mods and files. Delete all files in folder. I don't understand. Okay, so now what? Does that mean? I don't understand. Now it might have just deleted the whole game overall. Like, imagine having to do that every time you install a mod and then you want to play online. You have to delete the whole game and reinstall it, which you don't have to do, but modern gamer entitlement that you would expect it to be, like, you know, you're getting stuff for free and more content, infinite content, but then you bitch about how it works or doesn't work. I seem to really trigger people with my videos though. Like everything, you know, even when I'm doing something that's not really a hot take or anything of a big deal, people somehow take it that way, or right, like I get a lot of dislikes, which I wish they still showed the dislikes too on YouTube. Like I was never a fan of them taking it away. I'd rather people still be able to see it. Yeah, like I always have like these very clear, firm takes on things that kind of make logical sense, and nobody ever rebuts them in a really consistent, logical way. But then people take it as an absolute. It's a false duality example, right? Like, oh, if you criticize something, you must completely hate it, not just that there's some nuance. Like with this game is a perfect example. I don't dislike the single player and I don't dislike the multiplayer, but I dislike how the single player was castrated because of the multiplayer in a way that allows you to, you know, it allows you to basically whatever. There's a lot of stuff that would be in single player that isn't because they saved it for multiplayer, as if the two have to be exclusive to each other. This is what would make everybody happy. Just do it in both. Every time there's something that comes out in online, just let people do it in single player too, right? Somehow the same some of the same heists, some of the same missions, like release it as some sort of DLC, or just give us some separate DLC that would be substantial and people would like that too. Right, like Ballad of Gay Tony, Lost in the Dam, like how, you know, everybody liked that so much. That was one of my hot takes, actually, that I like Steve Haynes as a villain, even though maybe not as a final villain, but like he had like this weird self-righteous thing, like he's a vigilante in his own right, and what he's actually doing things with a bit more nuance than just simply self-interest. And I don't know, he has this kind of laid-back attitude, but he's still sort of impressive. Right, he takes the bullet. He has some pretty cool moments. Let's find like a store. What does the check mean? Does that mean that I've robbed it before? Like I have to, there'll be a tracker that I rob every single thing. So normally I have a whole list of things I like to do in a certain order or something online, but I'm not doing that. I'm just doing, I want to get 6 stars. I'll rob the place and just deal with it. See how long I can last. And I love how he's doing so good with Michael too. And then I step out like a clown. But I was doing it out of sense of honor and trying to maintain my wanted level. Then I have to go and find something. Like, I have to find somewhere to actually do this from, which is not always that easy to do. And I think maybe some of my recordings, like when I go to download the VOD and stuff, it might be a little choppy and whatnot.
Oh, hi. Are you kidding me? What do you think I'm doing?
What do you think I'm doing? What do you think you're doing? What do you think I'm doing? What kind of a thing is that to say? Look at his shit-faced grin, though, that he's got still. Look at his teeth. I mean, it's not enough to rob him. I gotta roast him, too. Why does his teeth look like a fucking squirrel chipmunk shit? What the fuck? Bro, I was gonna spare your bitch ass. It's the store's money, not yours, although he could be the owner, whatever. Let me try to find somewhere to hide in here. Right, like one of those good cover areas that could prove promising. The problem again is that you got to find a place again that's open to the sky, or I mean not open to the sky, obviously, like that parking garage. Or bro, it's not fair to ram when you're dealing with a fucking bike. Yeah, it may not be the clearest always on the VODs, which maybe means I should lower like my settings or something. Yeah, I like the fact that obviously now you have to deal with it in a more manly way, where you have to not deal with the regenerating health. Oh yeah, like the parking garages are always a good thing, I think, because again, it'll cut off the ability of the helicopters to hit you, and it'll also I just hit like a gang member or something. It'll also allow you to keep going between the floors and stuff, and then they only can come in from one way, right? Like legitimately they might only be able to come in from the one direction unless they like somehow jump from behind or something. There's somebody still shooting at me too, like I don't even see it. Okay, so we want to go a little further in, and then again, are they going to be able to do it because it's ground floor? Like they'll come from behind me or what? Or why do I keep seeing 6 stars? It's 5 stars, or maybe that's online consideration versus. Why do I swear I just saw 6 stars in the thing? But whatever, it's either. Okay, let's just see if they can't come from behind me. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not allowed. Alright, fine. We'll go up a level so they can't come from behind or whatever so easily. Who was that in the regular car, too? That was like the civilian that I attacked or something. But like, now it'll be where I could sit here and they might get me with a helicopter from behind. But realistically, right, I should have the whole thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're like, now I should be able to get everybody from here. I don't know, the vantage point isn't the best. Like now we'll be weak on this side and strong on the other side. The problem is this side is going to be very weak, right? We're letting them have too many entryways into here. And of course, it doesn't feel as good, not only because of the lack of special abilities, but also the... Okay, alright. I just always underestimate it. Like, that quickly, you won't even let me get settled. I guess I was at 5 stars already. You won't even let me get settled in my fucking spot. MK2 pussy. This is a lot harder than I would have expected. Or I guess there is no rule with dying online that I can't try again. In fact, I'm going to do it since we're right near a store. Right, because I've died plenty of times and I keep playing. There'll be the one store that I can't rob. I still like to let it happen in an organic way, but... Yeah, maybe that's what that check actually means, though. But I can't rob a car, even though I'll take a taxi to rob a store. Like, you know, based on my standard. That's a good rule, right? Because it forces you to kind of be honest with it. Like, oh, I could just steal a car anytime.
Car's on its way.
Yeah, this game was behind the times. Didn't they know that Uber was going to be... that cabs weren't going to be around or something? Try guns. Why is he stopping there if he's picking me up? I go here quickly and then we get to...
So where are we going?
See, griefing is kind of like a mechanic in the game, though. It's part of the game. It's meant to be... It's... Why is my waypoint that I set not the first thing?
Sure thing, my friend.
Okay, hurry up. Get this over with. I just want to get a 6-star and just cheese it a little bit. We'll find somewhere nearby. That was a pretty good spot, but again, it leaves you vulnerable from one angle or the other. You gotta find like there was a hospital hallway, right? It's kind of a classic thing too. In GTA 4, you die and you end up at the hospital, and then you immediately start another gunfight, and then go to the end of the hallway, right? And then blind fire forever, and then right, and you could just stay there forever. I remember sitting there for on and on and on. I would just run out occasionally to pick up some ammo. So it kind of just shows you it's kind of boring because you can just keep doing it. Like, right, it's not that hard. Here, blind fire, I guess, isn't as good, but it allows... He made a point to hit that guy when he could have easily just gone around. I could rob another store, even though... You try to rob the gun store, but you really can't even write some of these. Yeah, I play online just so I can fight with the cops like I could do in single player when there's no point in even doing that. Or even the act of getting out of that maybe caused that. I wasn't trying to do that either, but...
I cannot serve felons. Get out. Oh no, not again. Okay.
Not again? So you're saying that because of other players have done it, or this guy looks like the same one with the teeth? Wait, who are even you? Who was even that? No longer able to tend... Who is that, though? It's just some random person. I guess I could hold this spot down, come to think of it. It's just... See, the problem is it's too tight of an area. Hard collected. 1 out of 50. Oh, that's kind of like the same UFO type shit. Right, it's too small of a window. Oh my god. The cops really are relentless here, though. They don't let you do anything. There's no good place to do this, man. I'm only at 2 stars and they're almost letting me get away. You gotta always remember to use cover. That was a good blind fire hit. You can turn any spot into a good spot if you use it properly. But I'm not the one to do it. Sometimes you get stuck to the cover a little bit too hard there, which pisses me off. My ultimate weakness comes back to bite me. The fact that I that I can't steal a car even under that circumstance. Where was the store then that I just robbed? Or will it not let me do it again? Bro, this is so annoying. See, this is the consequence you should have to pay now. I should have to deal with doing a taxi, or I should have to run there. But I'm not allowed to just steal a random car. It forces you to...
Your location is too far from a safe access road.
Bro, I'm literally at the safe access road. Like, what do you mean? I'll come to you. You can't find a way to make that work? Wow, now they're ghosting me even too. Or I guess this isn't really a road. I don't know why it shows it like that on the map. I'll just literally get there on foot before this happens. What? Or the fact that I didn't pay my last bill. That'd be a reason to ghost me. Oh, is that actually why? I didn't mean to even do that. I got out of the cab and I like I'm not gonna pay. I thought I would just auto pay and move on. It's one of those self-evident things that people like you just don't get. I'm not even trying. Why would I ever? You're just a loser, MK2 griefing. It's one of those self-evident things people like. Look at them getting all mad, dude. Just go to a different lobby then. That might be some progressive reference ahead of its time. Hot shave. Which again, you can't even rob those places, so it's kind of pointless. So we're really torturing these poor... This will be the last one, though. We're really torturing these poor convenience store people. It might be the same one even that we just did. Or no, I don't think so. It always looks like the same guy in there, though. I mean, you come in dressed like this, too, and like, what do you expect?
No, please! I am moving as fast as I can!
That's a good way to show, like, I mean business, but by the time you do it...
I swear this happens at least once a week! Ah, okay, yes. I can give you the money.
Why would you even try to do that at that point? Now I gotta find somewhere that I can hide and do this, but unfortunately, there's not always a good way to do it. Had to unlock clown. Very appropriate time to do that. Is that the game calling me a clown? Visit downtown cab company to access new work. Maybe down here could be okay. Oh yeah, like in the tunnel. That could be good. Assuming you can go in there. This is like where you escape from the one heist. The first one. Oh yeah, this could be perfect. Right, because the problem is you need now a place to take cover. Aw, man. Right, if there was a little ridge thing sticking out. I could totally do it here, but I just... Or here, I guess you could... what kind of loser have expensive rounds? Look at them getting all mad. So I could totally fight them here. There's two problems. One is the light is kind of blinding. And number two is there's nowhere to actually take cover. Because, again, you can take cover against the wall like this to regenerate health. One. Why can I not find a right spot, man? I could keep, I guess, slow pacing them further into the tunnel, but they keep losing me too. That's the hardest part, is just maintaining the... Now, there's no way they'll come from behind me, though. You get like a sort of pseudo cover here, I guess. You can't stick to it. That's, you know, the whole sticking cover thing is just relevant. Oh, I guess you kind of can. Never mind, this is fine. This might be the best spot in the whole history of the game, because you just, you know, just what, I could just sit here forever, and I always get cocky like that, but there's got to be, I don't know, like use the sticky bombs at some point. I kind of maybe get to tunnel vision with it, where I don't use everything in my arsenal. And like a lot of guns have better range than what you think. Like, oh, I could use a shotgun here even too. It doesn't matter. Unless they come from there, which I think is extremely unlikely, right? That would be a very creative way of getting at me. You could probably just sit here forever and do it. But let me actually do it for a while because I want to test that. Like, how long can I actually last? So we'll have infinite regenerating health. We don't have a special ability. Obviously, we don't have the body armor, which doesn't matter because after a while, you're going to lose it anyway. But if we were to actually focus and do this, what would it look like? And the answer is it might be pretty boring and repetitive. This seems like a hard spot for them to even get to. So, like, with their cars and everything. So they're not coming as frequently as they sometimes do. This is a bit of a menace to do online too, because it's like it could fuck up what other players are doing, but not really. In a way, it could even help them because they might just, or yeah, like a player will flank me from behind while I'm expecting all this to happen. In a way, this protects you from other players because it's like they would have to risk getting hit by the cops too, and it's not so much that their wanted level would go up to yours immediately, like 5, but it would be like... I can't blind fire from here, which is a little bit annoying. Sometimes when I poke my head out of... Oh my god. When I poke my head out of cover, it still... I do it for too long, right? I don't know why. They don't seem to be able to hit me from this angle, though, actually, but... What the fuck? It's really ridiculous. I should have had some sticky... I'm not taking this seriously enough. I keep treating it just like a face. I could have some sticky bombs there prepared and blow them up whenever I want. Although somebody probably would shoot them by then, but have them ready as a backup. I don't know. It's bizarre, actually. I can't... I've even saying how boring it would be. I almost want to try again, even though I said... Let's torture this store again. Bro's gonna respawn just like me, the shopkeeper. I think you and I are destined to do this forever when an unstoppable robber meets an immovable cashier. Carl Barkley's worst nightmare. You can't call yourself a cashier.
Come in. I've just opened.
I've just opened after coming back to life.
Okay, I'll go as fast as I can.
Intimidation. As an actual mechanic, I never even paid attention to that. Oh, he almost just put his head in front of that as he was bringing the bag back out. So where did I just go anyway? I went like under into the water, like into the river. It was the same one, right? I am torturing these poor fuckers. So I'm very unhappy with, like, what am I doing wrong? Maybe I should have like a vehicle, or you know that would be the most valuable thing. Have a vehicle that can't be exploded, or have a vehicle that's already exploded and use that as cover in a way that otherwise. So like, we'll put some sticky bombs here, even though they might blow up ahead of time. We gotta actually take this seriously. Like, I'm not satisfied. I keep talking shit, but this doesn't make any sense. So those are like my contingency in case shit goes bad, but it's going bad a lot. This thing is perfect here for cover, almost like it's meant for that. Right, like otherwise I was saying this would be a perfect spot, but the problem is I'm going to end up hitting those, or they're going to end up hitting them, or maybe they blow up after a while anyway. Okay, we got to make this one last, though. I don't understand what I keep messing up. And I couldn't blind fire there either. I was even saying that at the end. I don't know why. That's what you got to sometimes rely on, is your blind fire, especially in single player when you're trying to recoup some of your special ability there. Right, but when you're relying on the ability and then you poke your head out for a second. Now I'm going to be all apprehensive because I might accidentally hit the sticky bomb, which doesn't matter. I mean, I have enough, but again, that'll be there as my contingency, which they'll walk over like the mindless sheep that they are. I love the way my character looks, actually. Just with this was a set of gear I decided on when I was playing way long ago, and I never changed it. It's just simple, but it has like a sophistication to it. I like that vibe, like the contrast of like a criminal in a suit looking all kind of swag. Like in Red Dead, I do the same thing. Like I have a bandana and then I have like a suit, so it's like a contrast. I'm a sophisticated gentleman, but that's also covering their identity. It'd be so lame though if a player ends up killing me here, but you gotta stay on point, which I'm not very good about doing this. I don't know. Or they'll end up surviving and coming back up, which I keep allowing that to happen too much. Yeah, like what good is that helmet if I'm just headshotting them anyway? Just have a bulletproof helmet, just have a full bulletproof bodysuit, and then what happens? Like, literal, you don't have to be Iron Man, but like just how hard would that be in the modern day in war or in any other capacity? Just have a suit that's bulletproof fully everywhere. Like, oh no, let's just use a bulletproof vest. But why a vest? Why not a helmet? Why not, you know, anything else too? They're just surviving every hit. Yeah, they won't come from behind here. They can't get me with the helicopters here. It was just a one-on-one. Bro, is it the same guy? Like, you're telling me with these guys, if you don't get a headshot, you're just fucked. Like, you gotta have one with proper attachments or something. They all suck. Or what weapon is that guy even complaining about? MK2. I should use that even on the cops here. It ends up being not so much the cops, but more so SWAT after a while. Like, how long could I last with 9,000 ammo? Yeah, I have the sticky bombs if I really need them, but I'm not being very efficient about this. Isn't this so fun just camping in one spot and staying here? But this is sometimes your best bet, because as much fun as it can be to kind of go around and try to fight them in all different locations and keep changing and whatever, right, dynamically going across the map as you do this, it's no fun because it's just too easy to die then, or you're kind of exposing yourself too much. He's still alive. Like, empty your whole clip into him. Maybe I should just do this the whole time. Like, my bombs should still be there. None of them have gone off, whether by their shots, whether just in a certain amount of time. You can even see the one blinking there. We put kind of one on each side. The problem is they all blow up together. Like, right, maybe there should be a way to 3 different hotkeys to do first sticky bomb, second sticky bomb, third sticky bomb. Or I don't know how many you can even put down at once. Maybe you can put down all of them at once. You gotta stay on point, but again, this is like a strategic element. It's not so much that, oh, look at how good I am at aiming or doing anything else. Like, it's literally just look how good I am at camping, like a degenerate clown. So the only thing you need to understand is that if you don't get a headshot on these guys, they just never die. Yeah, there's no limb damage, and not only is there not limb damage, you can finish somebody off by shooting them like in the foot or something stupid. That's like... Or you know how people always look at something too when they're like, let's say you're some random small creator and people are discovering it for the first time. People will be like, oh, look at this guy, he's trying so hard to be like blank. But they don't assume that, what if you're always that way, right? They just don't know you, so they're defining it by their own ignorance of you. Like, oh, this guy's trying to be all like this, but maybe that's how they always are. It's just your first time seeing them, so you're not familiar with that fact. So for them, that is normal. I couldn't even hardly see that guy. Oh, now they're gonna use the cloak of night to protect themselves. Yeah, sometimes those guys won't die from fucking getting hit here. Look how shitty the clouds actually look. But see, like, couldn't you theoretically sit here forever? Like, what are they gonna do? They seem to really have a hard time getting in here. But whenever I talk trash, they always get me. The one guy ran up on it with the shotgun, like... It's so hard when they start doing that, right? When they start rushing you. I'm still at 4 stars. How? You go from 1 to 3 star by killing like 1 cop, and then you go from 3 to 4 stars after a while. You go from 4 to 5 after killing like 100, I guess. You gotta keep cheesing on this. Like, every time you're not hitting somebody, you should be in cover. But I kind of like to see what I'm looking at too. I sometimes poke my head out and then I try to take out like 3 together. You should just take out 1 and then settle for it. Like, I stay out for too long. Or I'm too OCD about even reloading or something. I hate that. Like, wow, look at their armor, is so good. Where if you don't if you don't get them in one shot, then they will, oh my god. Alright, I'll just do it. I can't handle it. Just keep one somewhere up there. I don't care. I mean, now I can't take cover. Bro, I can't. What the fuck? The spot bugs out. Like, then even sometimes I can't blind fire either. I guess shooting the sticky bomb doesn't really do it, or maybe I'm just missing it that badly. I was specifically trying not to, of course, but... Okay, now we're in 5-star territory, so let's see how long we can last at that. Yeah, that gives you a little security blanket, at least, the sticky bomb or other things I could potentially have. I don't like how this weapon wheel actually works. It's very, like, console-centric. But then when you have so many options within each thing, too, it takes forever to go through them all. These guys are having a battle of the century themselves, too. That made it look like I did something, but he just bled out. Just use your stun gun. That'll kill him in one shot no matter what, and for everybody. Keep talking and see what happens. He has been talking. Ask whatever, however the fuck you say his name. Look how triggered he's getting. But see, that's part of the fun. It's meant to be... Look how long it takes them. But the problem is then they'll come all at once together. See how long I still stay out there, though. I somehow feel like I have to finish the job. You got to keep soaking up the regenerating health. As much as that sometimes seems like an okay thing, just to get them down and just, you know, throw them off. If you're not hitting them in the head, you're not really going to kill them ever, so... How is that not a headshot? Like... I can't even see the other guy. I didn't even see him. I didn't see him. I'm just blindly firing in there. A different kind of blind fire, just spray and pray. Maybe I should keep doing that. I mean, you have so much ammo, there's nothing to hold back for. Or we'll get like some sort of game theory, best top 10 story moment, you know, top 10 savior moments in fiction history, where some player will actually help me when I'm about to die, and they'll intervene on this. Right, so I wonder, would they get the 5-star, or they would just have cops around, but they wouldn't come after them as aggressively? Look how long windows they give you. This might be one of the best spots ever, and every time I say that I get punished, but like, even when they come in small numbers. They seem to have trouble getting into here. I really can't get the headshots, or I'm not even trying to be fair, a lot of the time. Look at that, like, this guy's just too much. You playing golf there? Oh yeah, that one guy was trolling me in the golf course, like where he kept scooping me up with like the tractor or whatever. He wasn't even trying to kill. Yeah, that's the best way. Come down from above their head instead of trying to hit them from some other angle. I like all the flinches that they do. It gives you a big opening. Right, they're stun locked in fear. Like even the gas station guy. If you're gonna be in a life or death situation, flinching isn't gonna help you. Although maybe it actually will. I love he's going to give me the bag and I was hitting one of the bottles and I almost hit him in the head because of it. Yeah, now the music really starts to be awesome too. The in-game music. The Fugitive. I'm getting a certain amount of experience and shit for just doing this too. I'm doing it for an achievement, clearly, but I'm just doing it just to do it. How active of a lobby is this? It's really not active at all, but those two people just keep taking the piss out of each other. This guy's body is almost covering the sticky bomb. If I'm a loser, then what does it say about all you cops who you're killing? Like, they try to insult you like that. Like, that's really gonna stop me. Oh, I'm a loser. I better stop now. That's made me have a whole life epiphany. Foreclosures, variety of properties, heists. Like, why are you distracting me with that now? Don't text and have a shootout. He's still alive. Like, yeah, I stayed out way too long, though. I should have just waited. It's okay even if you don't kill them, but then they start to swell up in number. But yeah, the favorite thing about this spot is they seem to have trouble getting here. Right? Whenever they come together, but it's like... maybe it's going to change now, but however they're arriving here, it's taking them a while, and they do it very sporadically. Passive. The guy went passive now after the immense amount of griefing. I can just do this with one hand because I'm not doing anything with the other hand anyway. Right, like with the keyboard, I guess just reloading, but I wish you could stay in this vision without needing to poke your head out, though, like just to see it. Somebody's probably on this side that they... You can imagine you're actually good at getting headshots. That's what it would look like, that sequence there. Bro thinks he just got tased, like when they're on the ground and then they get off a couple more shots. I should just keep doing this. Yeah, look how their bodies actually strategically cover up the bomb, too. Like, what if I did this? Like, I'll do a 24-hour stream where I just do this and just show, like, oh, this is a world record of lasting against the cops. Like, it might very well be because nobody bothers to do it. The hard part would be going out to get ammo every once in a while because going out to get ammo every once in a while because you would have to eventually, right? Yeah, really. Like, oh, this is supposed to be hard. This is supposed to be a big deal. All you have to do is find a stupid choke point like this. Like, I'm even making it out to be hard. If you really want to take the piss and do it, just do it. Right? That's what can be so unfun sometimes is if you really... I'm not cheating. I'm not hacking. I'm just doing it. But you find the right spot and you just stay there. And what do you want? Like... Right, this is all it takes. This might be one of the better spots you could obviously have. Sometimes they'll just die out on their own, bleed out on their own, but like it'll take a while, so... Music is pretty nice, but it's pretty quiet, so you probably can't hear it over my apparently my loud voice or non-stop commentary that, you know... Stop killing me. Is he griefing him even in passive mode? Kill the president. Yeah, entry is consent, my old expression that you just leave the server if you really don't like it. Right, you can find another lobby easily. Oh, shit. I get too low and then I stop paying attention. Bro was giving directions to somebody too, gave away his friend's position. I can't. These guys with the body armor are just gods. They can't be killed. Like, unless you headshot them, they just never ever enough shots. Let's try a different weapon, even though this one's working so well, but it ends up maybe being a little boring and repetitive. Yeah, you get a certain amount of experience for doing this, but not much, right? I got Fugitive. He keeps giving me these random pop-ups and text, like... I really don't see what the point in doing this in online would be compared to anything else, but... Yeah, I found a golden spot that's just like so perfect. It's a good distance from there. It's kind of a... They have the high ground, but in a way it doesn't hurt, right? It kind of makes them easy to see, and... It's just, you're far enough back. You do have a bit of cover, even though it's kind of hard to see. And just, I don't know, this seems like a good spot. And of course, the key with any good spot is to stay away from the helicopter's vision. Like, is this really fun after a while to just keep doing this, see how long you can last? But you could last forever if you really wanted to, so... Not to even, you know, be made to eat my words here, but I mean, it's just... We gotta keep regenerating health again. Imagine if it was like GTA 4 where there is no regenerating health. How many times would I have died by now? Right, that's how simple it would be. But then again, the AI is not as accurate in that game, and it's not as aggressive and whatever. But yet I could still last so long in the hospital because I could just blind fire. But blind firing isn't as good here in this game, but it's also whatever. This is the way they attack you in this game is different. Even with a high number of stars, right? They wouldn't be quite this aggressive in that game. So I guess that's what they did. They said, you know what? We'll give you special abilities like with the main characters. We'll give you even the regenerating health, but then we're gonna throw more shit at you, less, with less restraint, and just make the AI better and more aggressive and everything. See, whenever they come in groups. They're like a swarm of locusts or something. We got to turn this into RP experience. Was that a player? Was that actually a player or how? How? That doesn't even seem right. How do I'm doing that for so long, and the guy just one-shots me like. It would have said a player killed me though. That seems so unnatural. I'm even talking something about that seems like it's almost scripted. Like, oh, you just have to die because the game wants you to die. Like, come on. That seemed insane. He just one-shots me so cleanly. 100-0. It looked like only one guy. That was so weird. But that was a great spot anyway. Okay, see you later.